success.
The incubator provides globally competitive and superior incubation services to young startups and innovators and helps them to become successful enterprise. BBB can accommodate around 35 young startups in its facility.
RCB has given us the platform to establish ourselves with all the required facilities.
This facility will be very useful to all the startups for implementing their innovative ideas.
For very young startups, BBB provides shared wet lab benches, which are economical and provides them a workstation as well. On the other hand, independent lab cubicles are available for innovators who need bigger lab and office spaces. Apart from this, independent business suites are also available at a very affordable cost. BBB also has an in-house central instrument facility. This is a state-of-the-art equipment facility and caters the need of young entrepreneurs and innovators. Young entrepreneurs at BBB can also avail the facility of spacious and well-equipped meeting rooms to conduct discussions and business meetings, which are very much a part of the premises. An advanced technology platform center is also a part of the facility. This center is equipped with cutting-edge technologies to conduct experiments that will provide deep insight in biological processes and provide the best opportunity to translate these discoveries for commercialization. Various facilities such as flow cytometry, mass spectrometry, optical microscopy, electron microscopy, genomics, molecular interactions, and protein purification are available at ATPC. BBB is operated and managed by seasoned and skilled professionals with rich corporate experience. The team acts as a support system for all startups at various stages of their development. Some young entrepreneurs have already started their journey at BBB, and their experience has been encouraging.
BBB has a state-of-art facilities, expert mentorship.
The lab space as well as the support staff is very good.
Highly subsidized resources they offer for new startups such as ourselves.
We came here for the new ideas and start working here.
By BBB invites all young startups and innovators to come forward and experience the unique startup ecosystem of the facility. We hope our efforts will surely help in converting their dreams into reality. Welcome to BSc Bionest Bioincubator, a leading bioincubator located in the National Capital Region on Gurugram-Faridabad Expressway. With a mission to stimulate the establishment and growth of biotechnology-based startup companies and to translate their research findings and ideas into viable commercial entities.
Bioincubator at RCB has been established to support research and innovation in the area of biotechnology. We provide enabling environment to young entrepreneurs to convert their ideas into an enterprise.
It is funded by BIRAC, managed and operated by Regional Center for Biotechnology, which itself is an institute of national importance under auspices of UNESCO. It is an institution of education, training, and research with a strong focus on capacity building. BBB provides excellent incubation facility and infrastructure spread across 35,000 square feet. The covered area of BBB includes lab spaces, office spaces, professional business suites, culture facility, and instrumentation facilities.
BBB started its operations in November 2018 with an aim to support and nurture the innovators in the healthcare sector. This state-of-the-art facility provides all critical services which are required to support an innovator to move on a fast track to success.
The incubator provides globally competitive and superior incubation services to young startups and innovators and helps them to become successful enterprise. BBB can accommodate around 35 young startups in its facility.
RCB has given us the platform to establish ourselves with all the required facilities.
This facility will be very useful to all the startups for implementing their innovative ideas.
For very young startups, BBB provides shared wet lab benches, which are economical and provides them a workstation as well. On the other hand, independent lab cubicles are available for innovators who need bigger lab and office spaces. Apart from this, independent business suites are also available at a very affordable cost. BBB also has an in-house central instrument facility. This is a state-of-the-art equipment facility and caters the need of young entrepreneurs and innovators. Young entrepreneurs at BBB can also avail the facility of spacious and well-equipped meeting rooms to conduct discussions and business meetings, which are very much a part of the premises. An advanced technology platform center is also a part of the facility. This center is equipped with cutting-edge technologies to conduct experiments that will provide deep insight in biological processes and provide the best opportunity to translate these discoveries for commercialization. Various facilities such as flow cytometry, mass spectrometry, optical microscopy, electron microscopy, genomics, molecular interactions, and protein purification are available at ATPC. BBB is operated and managed by seasoned and skilled professionals with rich corporate experience. The team acts as a support system for all startups at various stages of their development. Some young entrepreneurs have already started their journey at BBB, and their experience has been encouraging.
BBB has a state-of-art facilities, expert mentorship,
The lab space as well as the support staff is very good.
highly subsidized resources they offer for new startups such as ourselves.
We came here for the new ideas and start working here.
By BBB invites all young startups and innovators to come forward and experience the unique startup ecosystem of the facility. We hope our efforts will surely help in converting their dreams into reality. Regional Center for Biotechnology is
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the series 1 of the panel discussion on mobilizing biotech for clean air that is being organized by Regional Center for Biotechnology along with UNESCO, UNEP, and WHO. To deliver the welcome address, I would like to request our Executive Director, Dr. Arvind Sahu, to please come over stage and deliver the welcome remarks. Sir, please.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to RCB. So today we all are here to basically have a panel discussion on mobilizing biotech for clean air, which is a topic which is sort of dear to all us because we get connected. Pollution is certainly a problem in India, but more so in the northern part of India, Delhi and in and around Punjab, Haryana. This is a serious problem which is going on, and different people are trying to work in this area to find solutions. So it's not that nobody is working in this direction, but certainly, clearly more needs to be done. I come from a very small place, a village, which was very nice and clean, and people were happy, each other. When I moved to Pune, where I spent a lot of time, I used to think Pune is a very polluted city, and I kind of always used to complain that, this metros are really polluted. When I came to here, RCB, Haryana, about 4.5 months back, I think Pune is better, much better than this. So, yeah, it's all relative. And this affects everyone, all of us, environment, the fauna which is around us. And hence it's very important that we discuss this topic in detail. And to get to any topic in detail, as we say in academics, that it's important to find out everything about it and find the root cause of it. And unless we really understand the problem, we can't solve the problem, right? And therefore, we need to have discussion with everyone from, all walks of life, different people who can help us in solve, and also because of whom the problem, where does it start, how does it start. So today we have with us Dr. Beno Boy, who is Chief Natural Science from UNESCO New Delhi. And he is the one who understands this topic very well, very dear to him. He did PhD in this so he would like to share his thought with us today. We'll also, so welcome Beno to RCB and to this panel discussion. We'll also hear from Ms. Inge Anderson, Executive Director, UNEP. She could not be here with us because of prior commitments, but we'll have her message. So we'll also hear her message today. We also had two speakers, actually, keynote addresses, one from Dr. Anand Kumar Tripathi, but he had to cancel last minute because of some urgency, emergency at home. So he won't be able to hear. And he was supposed to talk on impact of air pollution on human health, which of course, most of us would like to hear. So he could not be here with us. But we have Dr. Jayita Bhaumik, who's Senior Scientist in CIAB, Mohali. So welcome to the panel discussion. And she's going to talk on the sustainable biofertilizers and biopesticides from agri-residues derived lignin. Lignin is a component of the straw. And this is something not easy to break it down. And she's going to talk about that. Followed by this, we also have two panel discussions, one on the health issues and hopes. And this is going to be moderated by Dr. Beno. And the panelists are Dr. Harish Salve, Additional Professor, Community Medicine at AIMS, Dr. Sagnik Dey, Institute Chair, Professor, CAS IIT Delhi, Dr. Varun Kakade, WHO, Dr. Kirti Ahuja, who is also who's a student representative. So basically the idea was to put everyone together so that we can, get the opinion of everyone. They can tell about it, they can present, and we can have a panel discussion on that. We have another panel discussion second. So welcome. I welcome all of you to RCB and thank you so much for joining us. The second panel discussion is on challenges and solution, which of course one can, talk about the problem, but what are the solutions? And we should know that, and what are the things that are going on and what more we can do. Therefore, we have another panel discussion on this challenges and solutions, which will be moderated by Dr. Bhaskar, who is Chief Scientist, Indian Institute of Petroleum at Dehradun. Welcome, sir. And we have panelist Yazdani, who's a group leader in microbial engineering at ICGEB. Mr. Arpit Dupar, who is a incubator here, and he's a CEO of Dharaksha Foundation, done wonderfully well. Beautiful piece of work where he's using the straws and converting that into biomass to make some kind of packaging material. He will also be here with us. We have Dr. Valentin Foltesco with us from UNIP. We also have Varsha Shah, who is a former representative. So a warm welcome to all of you. Thank you very much for joining today's panel discussion. What we thought, and this was again Beno's idea, is that we should also have representatives and students as also part of this, because students should not only understand the problem in detail but also should know. So they are our next generation, and they should be aware of what are the problems, how does it affect in terms of health and environment, and also what are the solutions which are out there. And therefore, Beno thought that it's important that not only we invite everyone else, but we also invite the students here. So we have students from, and teachers, of course, from GD Goenka Public School, from Carmel Convent School, from Manav Rachna, from GD Goenka. So I welcome you all, students as well as teachers, to today's panel discussion. As I said, pollution affects all of us, right? Environment, fauna, everything. And there is no, this is true for any problem, is that there is no single approach which one can use to solve the problem. There are different ways, and unless we do each and everything and turn every single stone, it's very, very difficult to solve the problem by saying, oh, I can take this solution or that solution. Doesn't matter what kind of solution we are talking about, right? So therefore, we must hear from everyone about the problems and solution. Recently, I was about a few days back, I was reading an interview of Dr. Arvind Kumar Nautiyal, who was member secretary of Commission of Air Quality and Management. And when he was interviewed about this problem, and he was asked what the government is doing and what has been done so far to reduce these fires, and he said that it has been cut down to almost 50%, both in Punjab and in Haryana. But clearly, when we are coming from outside, we can see that a lot needs to be done. Clearly, the problem is not solved. I come from, my village is Wardha, which is also, the place called Sevagram, where, Gandhiji, Mahatma Gandhi spent a lot of time, and therefore my upbringing was in that environment. So I also think from that angle always, doesn't matter what problem is. And he said that if you want to change the world, start with yourself, right? This is very important, that don't just blame everyone, but also ask yourself, what you are doing to solve the problem. Are you doing anything? That is number one. And are you doing enough? That's number two, right? So we all can do this, right? How we can do? We can certainly reduce the vehicle use. So if it's not required, let's not use the vehicles where we are using, the fuels. We can walk. We can use bicycles to go. It's good for our health as well. We can do carpools, very common in the Western countries or use mass transit, where we can use and cut down, right? So these are there. And this is also used, once I was in Paris at Pasteur Institute, and suddenly I went to the metro and I saw that it was free that day. And I was surprised that the metro is free and no tickets are required. And I asked why tickets are not required. He says, oh, pollution levels have gone up and therefore today the metro is free. So now to cut down, that's something they are doing. So mass transit obviously reduces, and they wanted people not to use a vehicle, but to use it this. Choose cleaner transportations, right? We all can do that. Delhi has taken it seriously. So, the older cars, more than 10 years, they don't allow to use. They use CNG. EVs are more common, obviously now, or even hybrid vehicles are there, which were not there in India, much more. But clearly, again, we need to transform in a more drastic way if we have to reduce pollution. Maintaining vehicles, right? There are pollution norms in India we are supposed to do, check our pollution check, keep the certificate, do. Many of us, I'm not saying, or many or at least some of us flaunt the rules and, he said, chalta hai, and when you get caught and then you said, okay, let's do that. And that's something that's up to us to get our vehicles changed, keep it in good shape and reduce the pollution, right? Reduce the energy consumption is something we can certainly do. Sometimes I feel that we use too much energy, even when the AC is not required, we use AC, or when, we turn on AC and make it 18 degrees when it's not required really 18 and much use. In India, the most of the energy, as you know, almost 75%, if I am not correct, the last number I checked, it comes from the thermal power plants where coal is used. Coal burning also, you have pollution, right? So this is again something can do. Plant trees, which kids do wonderfully well, and they help everyone. We see a lot of programs, and that's something also do. But what we are here today to more also talk about the biotechnological solutions. Why biotechnology? Why use biotechnology to address this problem? Because the most important thing, and this is for the kids, is that we say that if you use biotechnological solutions, what you are doing essentially is to, convert waste into wealth. So you are getting into this circular economy. So you not only utilize that, but, you also create a wealth out of it. And if this is done, and if this is profitable, any solution where you can get profited, those solutions are easily taken up. When someone has to spend money on to do something, or it's not helpful to them, they are not going to choose that solution. Doesn't matter how effective that solution is. So this is the advantage of using biotechnology, where one can use, right? There are many solutions already available. For example, converting stubble or these straws into hybrid wood or composite wood, right? It's common. It can be used into packaging material, like, Arpit is here and he would talk about it. Wonderful solution, which is working right here in RCB. Converting into biogas, right? That's also there. And everyone's, once in a while, you see this in the newspaper that, government is trying to put more biogas plants and use this. Also converting this into fibers, one can do that, or convert that into bioethanol. Not too far from here, Kashipur, there is a bioethanol plant, which has been inaugurated, I think, in 2018 or 19. One of the biggest bioethanol plant, which is right there. why these solutions are not working to the effective level is something whether we can do more, where the bottlenecks are there, and most importantly, what we can do and what is the way ahead is something we would like to discuss, right? So I would like to just stop here. We have all the domain experts who can tell us about this and solutions. So without any further, I will stop here. Once again, welcome all to this today's, biotech. We are doing panel discussion on biotech for the clean air. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. This panel discussion on mobilizing biotech for clean air is being organized to celebrate the World Science Day for Peace and Development, which actually falls on 10th of November every year. This day highlights the significant role of science in society and the need to engage the wider public in debates on emerging scientific issues. And UNESCO strongly encourages to organize various events and activities on this day. To celebrate this day, RCB keeps conducting various theme-based events, and today we are here to celebrate this day by organizing this panel discussion on mobilizing biotech for clean air. Now I would like to present the layout for today's event. We have an exciting plan for today, which include opening remarks via video message by Ms. Inger Anderson, who is Executive Director, UNEP, and also by Dr. Banu Boer, who is Chief Natural Sciences, UNESCO New Delhi office. We will then take you to a virtual tour of RCB to give a preview of various activities that are being carried out at RCB. It will be followed by a keynote lecture by Dr. Joyita Bhaumik from CIAB, Mohali. Then there will be 2 panel discussions, each having 4 informative talks by our presenters. Panel 1 will be on air pollution, health issues and hopes. It will be moderated by Dr. Banu Boer. And panel 2 is on challenges and solutions. It will be moderated by Dr. Thallad Bhaskar, who is Chief Scientist at Indian Institute of Petroleum, Dehradun. Amongst the various interesting talks scheduled today, 4 of our speakers, that is Dr. Joyita, Dr. Shams, Dr. Arpit, and Dr. Varsha, they will be talking on the topics of stubble burning and associated pollution. All these 4 talks are on providing solutions to this problem. Dr. Joyita's research group is utilizing agri-residue-based lignin for the development of bio-based fertilizers and pesticides. The technology has been patented and has also been transferred to an agro industry. She will be talking more about this during her talk. Dr. Shams' group is working on the production of ethanol based on rice straw. Dharaksha Foundation, led by Mr. Arpit Dupar, is producing packaging material from the agri-based residue. Ms. Varsha, who is the farmer representative for today's event, she will talk about the practical problems which leads to stubble burning in the farms. Dr. Valentin from UNEP, he'll be talking about various other science-based solutions for getting a breathable air. The talks by Dr. Harshal Salve from AIIMS, Dr. Sagnik from IIT Delhi, Dr. Varun Kakre from WHO, and Ms. Kirti Ahuja from RCB, they are on various health issues arising from air pollution. Shortly, we will get the opportunity to listen to their work. The last part of today's event will be an exhibition on climate science literacy. Without taking any further time, it would be great to start the sessions for today. As already mentioned, for this event, Ms. Inger Anderson has shared her video message for our audience. Ms. Anderson is Under Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Director of the UNEP, headquartered at Nairobi, Kenya. She has more than 30 years of experience in international development, economics, environmental sustainability, strategy and operations, biodiversity conservation, climate change, infrastructure, energy and water resource management, and hydro diplomacy. I will now play the message of Ms. Anderson for our audience.
But there's one resource that cannot be bought, sold, or hoarded, one that unites all of humanity: air. Air cannot be contained by human boundaries. Dirty air in one city or country becomes dirty air in another. Air pollution is a global concern, which is why this year's International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies calls for a united global action to end air pollution. Everyone has a right to live in a clean and healthy environment, and air pollution violates this right for 99% of the world's population. Air pollution kills, causing millions of premature deaths each year. And air pollution is linked to climate change, as the sources are often the same. So we must cut these sources, replace fossil fuels with renewable energy, reform agriculture to reduce methane and black carbon emissions, and help vulnerable households access clean heating and cooking fuels, and reduce open burning of waste, and of course, invest in nature to keep cities cool and filter the air. And it can be done. So on the International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies, I call on governments, the private sector, and all parties to increase action and investments and work together to beat air pollution.
Thank you, ma'am, for your message. We also have opening remarks from Dr. Beno, who is Chief Natural Sciences Unit at UNESCO New Delhi office. Prior to this, he has served as Chief Natural Sciences Unit at UNESCO Bangkok office and as Ecological Sciences Advisor for Africa and Science Specialist for Ethiopia. Dr. Beno works for the Advocacy for Biosphere Reserves, Management and Conservation of Wetland Ecosystems, fostering climate change literacy, advancing women and girls in the science, and the list is big. I would request Dr. Beno to please deliver his opening address.
Thank you, Dr. Niti. Before I give my remarks, I just want to share a few points with you. And good morning, everybody. So first, I would to convey greetings of the director of the UNESCO office in New Delhi and UNESCO representative to India and Bhutan and Sri Lanka and Maldives, Dr. Timothy Curtis, to you. He could not be here with us. Otherwise, he would give the opening remarks, of course. Second point is that UNEP and UNESCO, at least parts of our teams, we traveled here today with an electric vehicle. So we contributed, at least not to the emissions here, but perhaps elsewhere. It was quite a cozy travel. We also traveled with 6 people in our car to use the maximum of the space that we had available. Third point is I'm very happy that we have a lot of young people here. The older people have caused a lot of air pollution globally. Ms. Inga Anderson just addressed it in her video remarks. When I was young, the older generation already did that. So air pollution is really a very, very old problem. Just for the young people here, don't forget this is your human right to breathe clean air. And in some places, this human right is unfortunately violated repeatedly. I also want to tell you that in my home country, in Germany, we had in the 1960s and 70s, we had air pollution that was actually even worse than here. It was a different type of air pollution. It was mostly industrial air pollution. And it was the young people and the women who solved those problems by raising their voices and putting pressure on the political parties in the democratic political system. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to meet with you here at the Regional Center for Biotechnology, which is a UNESCO Category 2 center dealing with the subject of advancing biotechnology in the best interest of humanity. And biotechnology, of course, can also be used to contribute to reduce air pollution. Let me express my sincere thanks to the Executive Director of RCB Faridabad, Dr. Arvind Sahu. Arvind, many thanks for your cooperation. And for your entire professional team. Of course, I also would like to point out Dr. Niti Sharma, who just introduced me, for your long-term partnership with UNESCO. And I have no doubts that we will renew that for many years to come. I wish to thank the colleagues from the United Nations Environment Programme, especially the head of UNEP in India, Dr. Atul Bagai, as well as his co-worker, Dr. Valentin Potescu, and the World Health Organization in India, especially Dr. Manjit Saluja, for not hesitating and joining hands with UNESCO, RCB, and UNEP to discuss options of solutions to improve air quality in general. What I mean with in general, we heard it's a global phenomenon. Some places have solved it. Here it is still prevailing repeatedly and normally starts here in November. UNESCO's science mandate includes the conservation and restoration of and scientific research into ecosystems, as manifested in the Man and the Biosphere program. Ecosystem consists of air, soil, water, and biota. This means that air is an important ingredient of all ecosystems, including man-made ecosystems such as urban and agricultural spaces, and it is clearly in the mandate of UNESCO. UNEP, on the other hand, the United Nations Environment Programme, is responsible for the coordination of responses to environmental issues within the entire United Nations system. The World Health Organization is the specialized agency responsible for international public health. So I'm very happy to be here with RCB and 3 United Nations specialized agencies. 3 specialized agencies of the United Nations system to work in tandem with each other signals the importance of the subject of today's event, mobilizing biotechnology for clean air. The idea came about when visiting the Regional Biotechnology Center last year in November 2022, when driving from New Delhi to Faridabad. The pollution on that day was actually worse than today. The visibility was very clearly less than half a kilometer, 500 meters maybe. Airplanes normally need a minimum of 550-meter visibility to be allowed for landing. Here I'm asking myself, do they actually have the safety allowance to land? When we came back from Chennai a few days, the pilot announced we had 1,300 meters visibility. Sometimes it's less. So air pollution clearly is not only an important health parameter, but it's also a safety issue for aeroplanes and for traffic. And with that, it's also an issue of economy. Most of the air pollution is caused by humans, which means it should be in our hands to solve the issue. RCB, UNESCO, UNEP, and WHO discussed this, and we agreed to publicly discuss options to reduce the recurring seasonal air pollution in and around New Delhi, Haryana, Punjab, and elsewhere. Air pollution occurs in many places, mostly in large cities. Many cities have recognized this and found ways to address this, and developed and implemented science-based policies for air quality improvement. And in many places globally, in every continent, in some places with excellent results. Others have done it. So what are we waiting for here? Do we really want this to recur every year in November again and again and again and again? We should stop the waiting. We should really turn to action. We know some of the solutions. We should do much more. The United Nations General Assembly has passed a historic resolution last year in 2022, declaring that everyone on the planet, that means all of us, 8 billion people, everyone has a right to a healthy environment, including clean air, water, and a stable climate. This means breathing clean air is a human right. I kindly invite all of you to contribute towards clean air, so together we can make our air much cleaner, step by step, and keep it clean, so we all can always breathe clean air, which is absolutely essential for safe human living.
Thank you, Dr. Benu. Now, I will take you all, especially those who have visited RCB for this event, to the virtual tour of RCB to give a preview of activities that are being conducted here.
Regional Center for Biotechnology is located in a tranquil environment along the Gurugram-Faridabad Expressway. It is an autonomous institute established under auspices of UNESCO by the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. The primary focus of RCB is to provide world-class education, training to create high-quality human resource in biotechnology and conduct innovative research at the interface of multiple disciplines. The infrastructure at RCB has developed at a rapid pace since inception of the institution in 2010, with state-of-the-art research labs, teaching labs, innovative classrooms, central instrumentation facilities, small animal facility, biosafety level 3 facility, a biorepository, and state-of-the-art advanced instrumentation facilities like the Advanced Technology Platform Center and a Bioincubator, which serves as a reservoir for incubating ideas in the area and help them reach commercialization. There are various areas of research in RCB. The research group under the area titled Cell Biology, Development and Behavior focus on unlocking the secrets of cells, how they divide and how stem cells develop into muscle, in addition to studying the cellular and molecular origins of how organisms behave. Areas of agricultural biotechnology aim to tackle some issues by harnessing the existing genetic diversity in plants and their inherent capacities to adapt to abiotic and biotic stress conditions in order to develop innovative and durable methods of crop improvement. Groups working on infectious diseases, both bacterial and viral, aim at developing novel therapeutic strategies against infectious agents using tools such as mass spectrometry and microscopy. These researchers will shed light on cellular and molecular basis of bacterial infection and the response of the human host towards these infections. They are trying to find novel solutions to protect the people against diseases such as chikungunya virus, Japanese encephalitis virus, and dengue virus. Protein structure and design groups are structural biologists who have a molecular view of life and use cutting-edge methods like macromolecular X-ray crystallography or cryo-electron microscopy to imagine biological molecules in their functional state. This information is used to develop novel therapeutic strategies against pathogenic bacteria and viruses, and for protein engineering to prepare molecules with desired properties. Researchers at RCB are also working towards developing innovative biotechnological applications, such as novel drug delivery systems, new diagnostic tools, novel engineered protein with improved desired proteins, and improved methods to obtain desired products in large scale. These researchers subject laboratory and clinical samples to cutting-edge microscopy, proteomics and genomics methods coupled with flow cytometry to shed light on the etiology of disease and utilize this knowledge to identify solutions to these disorders. The quality of research conducted at RCB is excellent, with faculty winning top honors like the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar, the National Bioscience, the Innovative Young Biotechnologist Awards, and the Ramanujan Ramalinga Swami and DBT Welcome Alliance Fellowships. Since research-based learning is the hallmark of RCB, the academic programs here are deeply enmeshed with the research programs. The academic programs fulfill RCB's core mandate to provide quality education and training in the area of life sciences and biotechnology. The PhD program in biotechnology is for students who are interested in working at the interface of multiple disciplines to find novel solutions for problems in health and agriculture. RCB has recently started integrated PhD program in biotechnology, offered to students with graduate degree in any discipline of science from India and abroad. The program provides extensive learning opportunities in the broad field of life sciences and biotechnology. RCB has also recently initiated an interdisciplinary doctoral programs in the area of biostatistics and bioinformatics through collaboration with the global pharmaceutical giant GlaxoSmithKline, GSK, being conducted in partnership with other institutions by creating a virtual faculty pool. The focus of this program is on creating specialized manpower for the healthcare industry. As an outreach activity, RCB also offers research training programs for research-driven undergraduate and postgraduate students of science from various universities. Trainees get a realistic experience of several facets of modern biological research that sets the tone of their embarking on a research career. Throughout the year, RCB hosts and organizes regular academic events like the RCB Bioimaging School, national and international conferences, seminars, symposia, and training in the frontier area of basic and applied sciences in topics such as infectious diseases, drug discovery, etc., to disseminate advanced knowledge, exchange ideas, foster national and international collaborations, student exchange, and networking opportunities. RCB also holds scientific communication and communication workshops for the benefit of young scientists in India. RCB has a fully functional library and houses 500 scientific textbooks and 100 administrative books in multiple copies. In addition, an electronic library provides access to a vast range of primary literature in the form of peer-reviewed journals and reviews. RCB offers faculty residences and excellent students' facilities, including on-campus air-conditioned hostel accommodation, modern library, meeting rooms, seminar rooms, and auditorium. The hostel and student facilities are conveniently located and only a short walk away from the classrooms and laboratories. In addition, the campus also has sports and recreation facilities which encourages all-round development of the students. Campus also provides a childcare facility for all students and staff to help them continue their studies and work while their babies are being taken care of. Kridangan, the creche housed in the faculty building, is an asset on campus for employees of NCR Biotech Cluster. The spacious cafeteria in the campus serves hygienic, nutritious, and delicious meals and beverages at reasonable cost. RCB also contributes towards creating resource for researchers from all over India and has engaged with institutions such as the European Synchrotron Radiation Facility in France towards this end. RCB is also involved with the UNESCO towards developing policy to ensure sustainable development at the global level and specifically in the Asian region. RCB is a young institute which is growing day by day with excellent opportunities for young people to make a career in the area of biotechnology.
Thank you. I'm sure this video on RCB will definitely be helpful to young school children who may consider biotechnology as a future career prospect. Now we will have our keynote lecture by Dr. Jayita Bhaumik. Dr. Jayita is Scientist E at CIAB Mohali. She is also RCB adjunct faculty since 2018. Her research interests are valorization of agri-biomass through the formation of functional materials for agricultural and biomedical applications. She has more than 50 publications to her credit and 2 patents. She also has 2 patents. One technology from her research has also been transferred. Without standing much between you and her, I would request Dr. Jayita to please deliver her talk.
This one. This is what, no? This is what.
Good morning, all. It's really a proud pleasure for me to speak in front of this honest gathering. And before I start speaking about the topic today, which is very important, already Dr. Brunner has mentioned and Dr. Shahu has also mentioned, post-COVID, there are a lot of changes. So during COVID, we were more into fixing the problem, getting an antiviral drug and so on. Now we can clearly see the problem of this, we can better see the problem of this dirty air that we are breathing. As Dr. Bauer said that we have the right to breathe fresh air and we should work on this platform. We means everyone, every citizen on earth, and especially youth, of course, women. I think I not only stand here as a scientist, I also stand here as a woman representative who also has their part to do. So here I come with what we have been doing past several years, and I think there are more challenges to be addressed. And most importantly, we will work as a team, and I'm ready to take any suggestions from my talk. Thank you. So on this prestigious occasion of World Science Day for Peace and Development, that is really an important parameter discussing today, that is mobilizing biotech for clean air. So today I'll be discussing about sustainable biofertilizers and biopesticides from agri-residue based lignin. So I come from Center of Innovative and Applied Bioprocessing. CIAB is a DBT institute, and we are sister institute of RCB. So I must thank RCB, Dr. Sahu, Dr. Nidhi, and everyone here. And it is like kind of homecoming because we are sister institute. So thank you so much for allowing me to come here. It was a long cherished desire to come and meet all of you, discuss about our research that actually can solve the problem of the society one day. So CIEB is working on secondary agriculture, and we all know Punjab. Punjab is located at the northwest of India, and it is called as agricultural food bowl, and they are large producer of rice and other agricultural product. And we all know what the problem created post-harvest, that is generation of huge quantity of agri-residue. That includes rice straw, wheat straw, and many other agricultural byproducts. So what CIB's mandates are is to value addition to primary agriculture, residue, nutritionals, nutraceuticals, and also valorization of crop waste. My lab is working on the second area, valorization of crop waste for specialty chemical. The long-term goal is to double farmers' income. So strength of CIB is to cater biomanufacturing in different ways that my lab is looking into. First of all, lignin valorization. In long term, we can work on carbon capture and biomass utilization. In the audience, there are many experts, Dr. Bhaskar, Dr. Shams, and many others are there who will be also discussing today in this area. And I really look into getting good feedback so that we can do even better in these areas. So climate change resilient agriculture. So it's not more than 2 years that we have started working in fertilizers and pesticides. One disclaimer here, I'm basically a chemist and we were working on lignin valorization for developing biomaterials. But given the need of the hour that agriculture can be benefited from the products, during COVID, we learned one important word which was reiterated, that is repurposing. So that was the what we took into heart. And so the products we made that was actually meant for biomedical and industrial applications, we utilized those products for the agricultural applications. So agri-biomass, agri-residue, what is it actually? Agri-residue contains lignin, cellulose, hemicellulose, starch and pectin, and many other products. So our focus is lignin. I'll say in the next slide that how lignin is important. So what our lab is doing, it's doing basic research and translational research. We do scale up and we do protect IPR so that it can be further utilized, and contacting to the industries also in progress, and involving youth and stakeholders to get maximum benefit out of it. Okay, so why lignin? So when I joined CIAB about 8 years back, and I had to start a new area. As I said, I come from pharmaceutical chemistry background, and my job was to utilize my expertise for the application for the benefit of the society, sticking to the mandate of the institute, that is CIB. So I looked into the structure of lignin, which is a polyphenol. Polyphenol is basically antioxidant, and it is a natural biopolymer, which has a huge potential, which can solve multiple problems and can replace many synthetic polymers. Besides, it's a biocompatible material. It's an adhesive and antioxidant nature is there, which contributes to the antimicrobial agent, UV-resistive agent. I read somewhere lignin is called as brown gold these days because it could be a game changer to especially today's topic, agri product market. And I don't have detailed slide about, I must mention here, I thank RCB also. During COVID pandemic time, we had a big collaboration between CIB and RCB, where we have developed antiviral probes with the help of BSL-3 facility here. And we have developed a very good antiviral product, which is which has been patented. I should have that slide today, but thank you RCB for supporting there as well. Hopefully we'll publish the work and it could be utilized whenever for other antiviral applications as well. So development of biosafe fertilizers and pesticides. Why do we have to do? How do we connect today's scenario that the problem with the not having access to clean air? So the problems are, that has already been discussed, but I want to reiterate so that we have the take-home message and we think about it. We find solutions with our team members and other researchers. So stubble burning is a major problem. And another problem, two problems to find a solution. So the problem is, another problem is utilization of application of chemical fertilizers and pesticides, which has which is also contributing to the environmental problem. How? Because chemical fertilizer are being washed away to the natural to the water, and then also the farmers are using the products, so they are also exposed to toxic chemicals. So multiple health hazards. I have just mentioned few, but you can think of more. And so we have to solve two problems: stubble burning, and second is fertilizer application, which is chemical in nature. So how can we solve two problems with one go? So if we develop this natural lignin-derived biofertilizers and pesticides, we can remove agri-residue, and same time we can make the biosafe fertilizers, which will be benign to the environment and to the farmers who are actually using it. So it is very important when we do a research work in a research area. Of course, it gives us publication, it gives us patent, but same time, we should know, I have been learning also past few years, that what is the market? Why should we work in the area? With whom we are competing? Long way to go, but still we started that, I must say. So biofertilizer market will be more than almost double in next 5 years. And also the pesticide market is going to be double as well by 2027. The market producers, there are many. I just jotted down few, like Novozyme, Madras Fertilizers. They are the ones who are developing the fertilizers, and then Syngenta, BASF, Corteva, they are the ones who are developing biopesticides. Of course, there are many players in India as well, and we do envision that we would be one of them in the coming times. So why and how we can go into applying this biofertilizers? What we are working with? So we are working with lignin-derived biofertilizers, which are biocompatible, and of course they are antimicrobial and non-toxic in nature. These natures of the lignin material we already got to know from our previous work. As I mentioned, now we are applying for the preparation of the fertilizer and pesticides. So basically joining the dots. Feasibility, yes, we have expertise. We have to develop the products in large quantity. We have already developed nanofilms, coatings, and hydrogel in the lab, which I'll show you in glimpse in the coming slides. And then value proposition. These are the questions actually asked when you try to develop a product. You want to apply for startup, you want to get funding for scale up and all. So value proposition, what our product going to do? They are low cost, they are harmless. As mentioned, it will be less toxic to the farmers will be applying it. And then look, we all call nowadays low carbon footprint, because we are applying lignin itself for the development. And it will be facilitating, that is what you call cake and the icing on the cake. So plant growth and protecting crops. We have already filed a patent on this area, synthesis of lignin-based fertilizers and pesticides, and for their application. So conversion of agri-residue into functional material, that is lignin. I just mentioned it's brown gold. It's about 20% of lignin is present in the agri-residue. And what are the materials? There are biofertilizers, biopesticides, nanoparticles, hydrogels, and absorption material. So what could be, so first two entries we are applying in agriculture, and the nanoparticles, you name it, there is an application for nanoparticles. Especially these ones are biocompatible nanoparticles. I'll show a few examples in the next slide. Then hydrogel. We developed, I'll discuss further in the next slide. And absorbent material, wastewater, water pollution is also a major problem in coming times, in the coming years, which also can be addressed. So I already mentioned one slide, but I like this way of this presenting one. Once I was suggested that we should know what are the problems, what is science, one is technology, and what's the application. So problems, I already mentioned, stubble burning is a problem, and then air pollution from the stubble burning is a problem. Science, lignin is a polyphenol, it's a biodegradable material, it's antioxidant, adhesive material, and so forth. Technology. So we have developed biofertilizers and pesticides. We have developed hydrogel, coatings, UV blocker, and adsorbent. Applications, many. Agriculture, wastewater cleanup, drug delivery, UV protection, as well as surface cleaning. Okay, so now I'll be talking about the silver and gold nanoparticles developed in our lab using lignin. So I mentioned lignin as antioxidant. Antioxidant, the way chemists reads this word, is reducing agent. So lignin can be used as a reducing agent to convert silver or gold salt into nanoparticles, such as gold nanoparticles, silver nanoparticles. So we develop such nanoparticles, and then we have derived their antioxidant properties and regeneration properties. And the top right corner and bottom right corner, you can see that these nanoparticles can actually disrupt the microbes such as gram-positive, gram-negative bacteria, as well as other materials. Okay, so a patent has been filed, and then publication is there. So this type of materials developed for biomedical purposes, but can also be used in some point in the agricultural application. Next comes hydrogels. I just mentioned about this hydrogel. We developed for biomedical purpose for the delivery of drugs, which we showed, like this is lignin derived, and it is an adhesive platform. what is the beauty here? That this type of hydrogel can be used for the delivery of nutrients such as fertilizers or pesticides. Same time, as we know, the hydrogel holds water. So it can act as a delivery system for water. For example, for controlling drought, there we can use such material, hydrogel, and it can slowly release water along with the fertilizers and pesticides. Next comes antimicrobial spray, antibacterial spray as well. So this is derived from lignin as well. There is no metal in it. So this could be used as nanospray as a antibacterial platform. And upon using this material, we could definitely do surface cleaning, which can be used for common day applications. Plus same time, in the next slide, I'll show it could be used by the farmers as well with a different twist. So this is antimicrobial lignin spray derived from nanoparticles. This is also patented and published. Wearable coating, you must have heard this term lately, especially during COVID time, that the PPE kit that the doctors have been using. So why not use the same technology for the farmers? So they are wearing the dress they are wearing, so they are exposed to chemicals and other paste and everything. So they can this can be applied to their dress or the PPE they are wearing, the jacket they are wearing, and this can also less expose them to the pesticide and other products. So this is repurposing. Biomedical products can be used for agricultural applications as well. Now, one product, again, repurposing here. I'm taking the advantage of speaking agricultural platform. So why not? And I really want to get a feedback as well. Recently, we have developed nanocomposite films. Again, lignin has been used for that. Lignin nanoparticles. Why? Because it gives smooth surface, it gives transparency and other lignin versus, like, you think of wool versus small pieces of wool. So there are more air gaps. There's more transparency, light can pass through. So that is why nanoparticles. So it gives us more transparency, like lignin here versus you see on the middle, the nanoparticles, same image showing there is air gap. So it'll be more transparency, there'll be more breathability. So we develop coating form it. If time permits, I'll show a video of formation of films. Let's see. So lignin nanofilm we have developed. So we go to different talks, we hear different things. So why not develop mulch films from it? Mulch film is used in the agriculture for sowing the seeds and sowing the plants. So what I understand, it captures moisture and then it pushes away the pests, and also the lignin derived, so it is having antimicrobial properties. Also, it is from Mother Nature, so we are giving back to the nature. So mulch film can be generated from such nanofilms developed in our lab. Patent has been filed. A company has signed NDA to take it further. Okay. So now the actual topic, that is sustainable agriculture. And I know most of you are aware of that, but just kind of recap. Sustainable agriculture means many things. One being that using harmless chemicals, using products which are also safe to the air as well as environment. So that way we are trying to help to stop drought, and then reduce use of heavy metals, also to arrest seed-borne diseases, and then reduce water, conserving water. So there could be many discussions on it, but sustainable agriculture is the need of the hour. Then limitations of the existing techniques of the agriculture. So pesticide poisoning, I just mentioned about chemical pesticide poisoning. And then dermatological, gastroenterological problems of the farmers. I think it's hardly being discussed, but these problems are also there. So impact to the environment, because the chemical pesticide is going to the environment. So then water contamination, groundwater contamination, soil contamination, and then soil fertility is also affected. So if we choose a way, biosafe way, compatible way, using Mother Nature's product, Agri-residue, which is giving lignin, we can basically solve multiple problems in one go. Coming next, how to control such limitations. So the solution here, it's not that easy, but at least we get started on this. So developing bio-based fungicides, insecticides, fertilizers, and so on. And we have these nanomaterials in hand, lignin-based nanomaterials, which we all know it is also called like a carrier, which can same time, I know it's challenging, but hopefully we'll get to do one day. In the same nano carrier, we can have the fertilizer and pesticide in the proper ratio so that they work together, and or we can use 2 types of nanoparticles to deliver both materials in a hydrogel platform so that slowly it can release in a controlled manner. So we have that advantage to make the lignin nanoparticles in the lab. So now talking about nanobiopesticides, which are superior. Why superior? Because it is avoiding the use of chemicals, as I mentioned. Then control release platform, I just mentioned that it can be releasing hydrogel, and other platforms can solely release the pesticide to the crops. And then advantages also are many, that we can avoid using even conventional chemical pesticides or so. Then coming to lignin-based nanoagroceuticals, also crop protectants. So control release agroceuticals are developed, non-toxic biodegradable materials are developed. Now next, we are trying to scale up. I'll show about the company who has promised to take the technology up, and another company is also in discussion. It's a long way to go, but we are into the battle, I must say. So this is one area, zinc oxide nanocomposites, which has been developed for biomedical purpose. And while we went to exhibitions and lectures, and we got to learn about its zinc oxide has the property of biofertilization. So we took the advantage. We utilized same product, which is lignin-derived zinc oxide nanocomposites, which are also having antimicrobial properties. I have not shown here. And this work is also patented, and same material is being tested at NIPGR by our collaborator, and also given to the company for field trial, which is also in progress. Also one collaborator in Haryana Agricultural University, they have also found that this type of products are much better than commercially available product from Sigma-Aldrich zinc oxide nanocomposite. I don't have all the data because of time paucity and because of the IPR here. So briefly, so we developed this lignin-derived biofertilizer. One was zinc oxide, and then nanourea. I'm not coming here for comparison or anything, but we developed lignin-based nanourea. This was the demand of the company we have been working with. They asked us to develop. So we as have utilized same nanoparticle we use for drug delivery and drug capture. We have encapsulated urea into lignin and developed this nanolignin material, and it has been given to the company for field trial. So, which is less than 100 nanometer, this nanolignin urea, and we're having a good zeta potential as well. And because of lignin, it is having negative charge on the surface. And this, we hope that one day this will be coming to the market. Maybe some optimization may be necessary depending on the crops we are using, because it should be, I'm not mentioning here, there could be different crops and we have to narrow down the crop it is good at application. Then comes biopesticide. Okay, so biopesticides are again replacing chemical pesticides. Large scale production would be the take, and control release should be the way. So going to the next slide. So neem extract, the actual, we know neem, and that is Azadirachta indica. And then the active ingredient in neem is azadirachtin. I'm using neem extract for simplicity. So azadirachtin is the active ingredient that actually acts as biopesticide. But the problem with this material, this molecule, small molecule, is this is easily degradable and especially photosensitive, light sensitive. So if we just spray azadirachtin, what will happen? That will degrade in before it is doing its activity. So again, nanoparticle comes into play. We can basically make a nanoparticle out of it, and then we load either inside or outside with the very simple technology. We can make this azadirachtin loaded lignin nanoparticles. You call it nanobiopesticide, and then we can deliver it as a replacement to azadirachtin or neem extract. So the nanoparticles, biopesticide will have longevity, and then it will stay in on the crops for longer time for crop protection. Okay, so what we have done so far, we have used agri-residue, rice straw, wheat straw, and other materials. We have in other projects, we have already extracted lignin. We are already having a bunch of lignin extracts like from side product of different companies. They are sending their digestates and all. Long way to go, as I mentioned. It is really requiring a lot of work coming in the coming times than the work we have done. So lignin, we can extract, we can get it from our collaborators who are utilizing, for example, cellulose, paper mill. So they are giving us lignin, we can use it. So this material has been used for biopesticide and nano fertilizer formation, giving the all good natures of lignin. Okay, so this technology has been transferred to a company based on Hyderabad, Sri Bio, and another Sri, Suraj Sri. The technology transfer was supposed to happen tomorrow. Maybe after Diwali it will happen. We are eagerly waiting. So the job they will do is maybe helping us with the scale up and then marketing that they are good at, and we'll be working very closely with these companies so that we can see one day one or the other product or derived product comes to the market. Okay, so industry chronic, I just mentioned Sri Bio, and then Tharas, which has already were helping us with the films, and Silvio Pharma came. I have not mentioned here the small molecules derived from lignin. We are working on with the company. We have 2 patents also granted from lignin nanoparticles as well as lignin valorization. So one incubation center is coming up hopefully very soon. We are working very hard at our campus, and of course we can reach other institutes, our sister institute RCB, for the incubation purpose. So one having nearby is also like long term. That there is a term sciencepreneur. So we aspire to be sciencepreneur one day. So scientist being entrepreneur, as we have been hearing that we say others, you do it, you be the change. So maybe one day startups can be opened by us, by our students who knows the problem better, who has a solution, and work together for the coming times. So take home, I think we already got the points. So we can use Mother Nature's lignin, which is lying down, being burnt, and then air is being polluted. So take the lignin out, take the other materials out, make the nanoparticles, and then make the biopesticides, and then talk to the companies. And in our labs, as RCB, we have seen, we have also trainees there. The younger generation, they come, our challenge is the junior should be able to do the techniques we do in the lab in large scale. So we join hands and we have a lot of fun also. We also learn from them, and the problem solutions, we figure out the solution for the problems. Okay, so I think because of time, I won't be able to see the videos, but one of the reasons I stand in this platform, I think the videos came up for the media coverage of those biofertilizers and pesticides recently by Good News Today, Z and other. But I think this puts more pressure on us. We have to work even harder so that we can bring more solution to these problems. So we do a lot of outreach activities. Many universities come to us, and then there is a new area. I guess world is already looking into. Also, India is looking to the biomanufacturing platform. Basically, what I understand, that's a larger scale production and biotechnology going to biomanufacturing, and we are already touching the base on it, and hopefully that will help us. So we go to colleges and try to encourage grassroots people so that we can have the solution for the problems. Time to acknowledge RCB again, UNESCO, UNEP, and WHO for allowing me to stand at this platform. It is really an honor. I'm a little bit emotional also because all the stakeholders and stalwarts are sitting and getting their feedback back is really great for me. Thank you so much, RCB and UNESCO and others. I thank my our CEO, Professor Parekh. I'm sure he may be hearing online because this program is online. And I thank my colleagues also. We work as a team. CIB is a small institute, but it's not small, it's big to work together. The staff, scholars, scientists, and funding agency, and the team behind the partner in crime, so partner in good work. So we do a lot of good work together. We enjoy when we find solutions together. So I'm sure some of them are online as well. This is last slide actually. So building trust in science. I was reading for giving talk to this program. and this World Science Day, I think we should take promise that industry, government, academia already working together. But investors, youth, farmer, they have to work together. Each of us should have our plans. We should discuss with each other and find a solution. This is really a serious matter, not only addressing the issue of polluted air, it's also creating jobs. So it is each of our duty to work together on that. Being said so thank you. And sustainable development requires collaborative work. And I that's what I learned during my 10 years of stay in the US and last 10 years in India, that to do something good, we have to work together. We have to leave our ego back home somewhere so that we can find solution. So I guess that's all for my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jaita, for the wonderful talk. The session is now open for the questions.
Questions, suggestions, input, critique? Sir, yeah. Microphone for the audience.
So first of all, thank you so much for showing proof of the new India. This is amazing, the work that you are doing together with RCB, of course, sister institutes, and the topic, which is very much linked to what we experience today. The levels are a lot of the pollution that we experience these days, of course, is coming from stubble burning. So you couldn't find a better day than this to introduce us to these technologies. My question is, given the vast amount of volumes of stubble, how much can this technology tap into and clean up in a way to produce these marvelous products in for different uses and users? How much of that can be diverted, put it like this, into use these technologies and make them useful?
Thank you. This is a very important question. Of course, what I showed today is about lab scale and somewhat scale up. In our campus, we already have, there is already scale up facility. We have pilot scale facility I didn't show here. And also there are facilities that are being developed for large scale facility. And we are already in discussion with farmers. So already large, not in this project, but other projects that biochar has been developed, that was funded by PSA, Principal Scientific Advisor's Office, and the large scale. So we were buying in that project, the PY there, we were buying large amount of rice straw from the farmers, and then produce. It's like kind of industrial way that was being produced. One thing is needed is the connect between farmers. That needs to be done. And that we had previously, we had this industry farmer scientist connect. I think that needs to be renewed and should be done again. And so that farmers should know where to go and all that needs to be done. And being in Punjab also nowadays startup culture, and they are also involving us because we are central government. We are sitting in Punjab. So that connection is being made. In between there was COVID, no excuse, but that now we are again restarting. I'm part of different community programs, and other scientists are also there. I guess we are going closer to the farmers, but already there are supplies in large scale. And I think one large scale plant won't do. There should be many. And already bioethanol production, these things are happening. So same time, we are also trying to fetch large funding. If we get funding, if we convince the funders, including Government of India, and I said investor, we can also, I don't know whether right to say, I think we can also find foreign investors to get large scale production and then connect. So large scale connection is needed. There's still gap. I agree. Thank you.
Is there any cost comparison available? Means, will this product require subsidies, or is it self-sustainable, commercially viable as of now?
So as I mentioned, it has been done in lab scale and some in gram scale. So we are working with the company who are already started field trial, and we may have to do certain comparison. I can briefly say that the company is already giving us results that this particular pesticide is working on this crops. So we may have to do somewhat R&D, and we will sit with the company and do the cost calculation. So some way to go. It's not a higher TRL, it's in the lower TRL. So with the company, at least we have started. This is just about 2 years we have started this work. So we will get support from company on that. And depending on, they already have those two companies for the biofertilizer project. They have good stakeholders. Even they have mentioned that they are already in connection with government already. So scale up, cost calculation has to be done with the industry we are talking to. Hope I could answer your question. I hopefully in coming times I'll have better answer. So I'll take it as a challenge and definitely will work harder with the industry and government for funding and for investors.
Thank you.
Long way to go.
A very nice talk.
Thank you.
So there are different types of lignin as well, right? S-lignin, G-lignin, and H-lignin. Do we know which type of lignin has better antioxidant properties, or they can form better nanocomposites?
We have worked with different types of lignin, starting from sigma-rich, craft lignin, alkali lignin, and also we ourselves have extracted lignin, and also we got from different industries for which their waste. I'm sure we have the numbers, which is better than which. I do not have right now on top of the head. But whenever we get a lignin source, we just don't believe, just like scientists, we just don't believe on it. We get all the characterization straight. Being a chemist, we have to make sure that it has all the good characteristic. It is at par, like craft lignin to alkali lignin. In one paper, we have seen one is having more antioxidant property than other. I think craft lignin has been working wonderful for us for antimicrobial studies. I've not shown here anti-cancer studies is also completed. One publication, one manuscript is in revision. So so far craft lignin is giving better results. So we always check when we have a lignin source, we make sure that it has antimicrobial antioxidant properties. Each student working on different aspects, and then we go forward because we talk about product we are giving to companies. If it's just research published, but we have more challenges. So we make sure that it has the right cocktail.
Ma'am, that's an amazing work that you are doing. But I had one question is around the real world application. So when you are sourcing raw material in terms of lignin, when we are getting from either paper mill or particularly paddy straw, so in paper mill, we extract either by acid washing or base washing. So we'll have a lot of acid content in that. That's what we call as black liquor in paper industry. Similarly, if you go from paddy straw, there would be a lot of silica, almost as high as 18%. So do you see that these contaminants, if I were to call them, would they affect the efficacy, or does this need a lot of filtration to get pure lignin?
Yes, it is another way of answering. I just answered. We make sure that we have lignin is pure enough. Of course, it requires more work and it may add to the cost when we talk about scale up. So we have to make sure we have pure lignin, at least 95% pure, I must say.
Because the lignin in the paper pulp industry, that is loaded with catalysts. Secondly, it is very, very wet. So we usually call it black liquor. There is no alternative than burning it in furnaces. The reason is it's chemically very, very impure.
So yes, that's what we check purity of that. We have so far in paper mill industry, we have not what other like we got from one CFTRI long back that we had to simply prevent. And we can see looking at the product also, you can see like the nature, texture, visual inspection, then do all the characteristics, UV spectroscopy, then TEM and NMR also if needed. It's not easy. It's easy to say, but we make sure that we have pure material to start, at least 90-95% pure, because otherwise all problems, we are saying good pesticide, We don't know whether it is lignin or it is silica or what. So we have to make sure that is extra adding to the cost and of course adding to the process. But same time, it is coming free. We are not purchasing.
But these purification processes exist, or are you also developing these purification?
We are already developing some. We are of course looking into literature, but sometimes I was just talking while coming here. One company has sent us some material, some digested. I'm asking, what is it? Please tell us. Please tell us. At least give us the information. Then it looks like lignin, but it is having much of other things. By visual observation also, with the time we can sense it's not so much pure. So I'm asking them, please give us whatever you have. Then again, starting from there. So it is a long way to go. And I should not take much credit of lignin purification at my lab. At CIB, there are chemical engineers. I didn't show the slide. We have different experts at CIB. So there are a couple of labs who are already working on just lignin purification. They are PhD students who have done entire PhD on lignin purification. So why work hard? I just go talk to them. They give us pure lignin, work with them.
But
so
these lignin purification methods, have they been commercialized anywhere so far?
Sorry?
These lignin purification methods, have they been commercialized so far anywhere?
This question, I don't know. Answer. Anybody from audience can answer. I think Dr. Bhaskar is helping me out here. Yeah. Lignin purification has been commercialized or not? That's the question.
Yeah. There are several methods for the lignin purification. As such, like molecular formula for water H2O, there is no formula for lignin. Lignin itself is a polymer based on the ratio of SGH ratios. You have different lignins. So it is not easy to say that what is the purity. Purity in terms of what? So it is not a straight away question. Like we have different foods, different chemicals. It is completely different chemistry lignin. So we cannot define the purity. Purity in terms of what? Whether it is the holocellulose content in the lignin or the broken molecules of the lignin or any other extractives or the ash content in it, any heavier elements. So lignin application starts from the small carbon 1 rupee 1 gram to the 1,000 rupees 1 gram. I have a lot of publications and working with industry. I think I can show you some large scale applications of the lignin. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for supporting. So it is again not one person's job, one scientist's job. So there are experts also sitting in audience, and then there are other, like it has to be a joint effort, just like the complicacy of lignin structure that solving itself requires multi. But at least we started, and we are discussing here. And so of course, clean air is there. We have to work on it, but two problems being solved in the coming times. Thank you.
So wonderful talk, Jayita. It's very nicely described. My question is, lignin is just one component from the straw. So do you have plans, or in CIAB, what about the other components? Are you taking them further? Because, you take out lignin, what do you do with the rest of it?
So there were programs at CIB for complete valorization of rice. So there were flagship program as well. I think it just one round it completed. So there are experts at CIB, Dr. Goswami, who is looking into cellulose, nanocellulose. We are close collaborators. He helps me also on lignin. So we work together. It may be a small institute, as I mentioned. So Dr. Goswami's group is working on nanocellulose. He has developed multiple products, and he's also working on pectin. My lab just started working on starch nanoparticles. Just one student. Sometimes I give students liberty. Go ahead. You don't have to choose lignin just because I like it. And I think so. Other parallel work is going on. And when it of course depends on the funding we get. So first of all, making them happy. So I try not to step into their area, but there are work going on.
So others are working. And
yes, sir. Yes, sir. So if we take together, as I said, like if we get rice residue, so Dr. Shashi Kumar's group, of course, we can collaborate with outside as well. So get the lignin, pure cellulose, hemicellulose out. So then cellulose is given to one group. That separately happening. So indicative approach is also there. But again, it's just 7-8 years of inception of institute. This is the actually the ideal model. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. So thank you so much. If no more questions, so thank you, everyone.
Now there is a tea break for 15 minutes, after which we will settle for panel 1.
तीन ही दिया तुम्हें
Okay, everybody, we will continue now. If you could, perhaps somebody could be so kind and invite those who are still outside back into the room. We will now continue with the first panel. The panel is on air pollution, health issues, and hopes. I'm the moderator. And I would like to invite the four panelists to join me here on the stage, and Dr. Niti will introduce them very briefly. Then each of the panelists will give a 5 minutes statement, perhaps from over there where Dr. Niti stands now, and then the moderator will ask one question, and each of the panelists has 5 minutes time. And the second panel will also run in a similar fashion. So I would like to invite Dr. Harshal Salve to join me, please. Dr. Harshal Salve, is he here?
Dr. Salve is additional professor at Center for Community Medicine, AIIMS. His major area of work are non-communicable diseases, epidemiology and surveillance, air pollution and health effects. He has contributed a lot in generating awareness regarding COVID-19, air pollution, and other public health issues. He has more than 70 publications on his credit. Welcome, Dr. Salve.
Thank you. And Dr. Sagnik Day, please. Dr. Sagnik Day, would you please join us?
Dr. Sagnik Day, he is Institute Chair Professor at the Center for Atmospheric Sciences, IIT Delhi. His research interests are to understand air quality, climate change, and health nexus, and remote sensing of the Earth climate system. He has published more than 130 research articles and is recipient of numerous prestigious awards, such as INSA Young Scientist Medal, NASI Scopus Young Scientist Award, among others. Welcome, Dr. Day.
And Dr. Varun Katke.
Dr. Varun is a trained dentist and a public health professional. His extensive knowledge and experience has contributed to the development and implementation of various policies, standards, and guidelines to tackle complex public health challenges. He has worked with various national and subnational government, UN agencies, and international civil society to contribute in the building of resilient health system and expanding people-centric primary health services for marginalized communities. Welcome, Dr. Varun.
Last but not least, Ms. Kriti Ahuja.
Ms. Kriti Ahuja, she is PhD research scholar at RCB. She is recipient of DBT JRF for pursuing her PhD. She has also received DBT Ramachandran Fellowship for her master's degree. She has 4 publications already. Welcome, Kriti.
Welcome to the panel. Thank you very much for joining us here. And I think we have the presentations over there, yes? Is that correct? So Dr. Harshal Salve will speak on health issues based on permanent below World Health Organization standard air quality in New Delhi. And we do this in this way that we do the presentations first, one after the other, and then after that we have the panel questions. If that's okay with you? Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And at the outset, let me thank Dr. Nidhi for inviting me. So I'm saying I'm the rare entity here exclusively from the health side here. So namaskar, good afternoon to all of you. So I briefly discuss about air pollution and health effects. What are the evidences we have in terms of when we talk about India, So we all know the major burden of environmental risk are both in terms of morbidity and mortality are there globally, and the non-communicable diseases that makes a majority in terms of the disease burden. So here as a tip of icebergs, we always talk about. Here you can see most of the time we talk about the deaths, right? As far as any environmental risk is concerned, here air pollution also. But that only constitutes the tip of the iceberg. The major thing lies beneath the tip, under the water table. So the lung function discriminant, the respiratory symptoms issues, doctor visits, school absenteeism, workplace absenteeism, these are the major issues. And that is also has a cost attached with the air pollution related exposure. So we really need to think on these lines when we really want to generate a local evidence. We really want to convince our policymakers to take action on air pollution related diseases, because most of the time you see that they talk about the mortality and they say, where is the mortality related to air pollution? But we need to convince that not only mortality, the morbidity in all these aspects are crucial with respect to air pollution exposure. So what are the evidence coming to the all-cause mortality? So there are, I was just describing few studies. So the Kalpana Balkrishnan et al. In her study in Chennai and Delhi documented that PM2.5 concentration are statistically associated with increase in the all-cause mortality, both with the PM10, ozone and carbon monoxide. We have conducted a study with IIT Delhi, Sagnik Day and his team, where the both urban and rural all-cause mortality, which is excluding the trauma-related mortality, we tried to correlate with the air pollution PM2.5 exposure, and we found a significant association across the season in Delhi. Coming to the cause-specific diseases, the cardiovascular diseases, Dr. Prabhakaran and his team has documented that systolic blood pressure and has significantly associated with the monthly and annual exposures of PM2.5. Perry et al. Also documented that PM2.5 associated with a significant hazard ratio with respect to the hypertension and heart rates are concerned. Kuto et al. Documented a dose-response relationship. When we talk about in the terms of epidemiology, in terms of causation, we always talk about the dose-response relationship. So they have documented the dose-response relationship of systolic blood pressure and PM2.5 exposure. Prachi Singh also documented the same in the patients with the hypertension. Dr. Raj Parekh, as far as the respiratory diseases are concerned, documented that higher sort of malfunction using a respiratory lung function test and exposure into the indoor air pollution using a biomass as a proxy to the indoor air pollution. Rajesh Kumar also documented statistically that chronic respiratory symptoms, as I mentioned in the figure, the respiratory symptoms are also associated with the PM2.5 exposure. This is a Dr. Pandey et al., a very 2002 study conducted in All India Institute of Medical Sciences, where they documented the hospital sort of admissions and the OPD consultation related with the air pollution exposure in Delhi. In the central India, so industrial, non-industrial zone also have a differential respiratory symptoms and illness episodes that has been documented well in the science literature. And also Shabana Siddiqui documented that lower respiratory infections in Delhi have higher prevalence in the season where the pollution exposure is there. Sandeep Salvi among the adolescent. Again, when we talk about the impact of air pollution, so children, adolescents, and the elderly are the more considered as a more vulnerable people. You know, so this completely again they identified as a vulnerable people in the scientific literature. Similarly, to the maternal and child health, Archana and Patel et al. Documented that the perinatal mortality among households using indoor fuel which has a significant adjusted relative risk, which is some sort of longitudinal follow-up in their study. Other diseases, again, the respiratory diseases, cardiovascular diseases, and to some extent, the maternal and child health related diseases are documented well, but there are a lot of evidence which needs to be generated for newer outcomes, health outcomes. So one of it is the anemia, right? So Charlotte M. et al. Also documented that the relative risk of 1.32 along with the anemia in the pregnancy. Dr. Sagnik and his team also studied this in detail in using NFHS data that shows that differential exposure to the PM2.5 levels are associated with the anemia, mild to moderate anemia across the India. The recently Mandal S. et al. From PHFI using ecological study design documented that the air pollution exposure, PM2.5 exposure are associated with higher fasting blood glucose level. Again, this opens an entirely new dimension because as a country, we have a higher burden of diabetes, higher burden of air pollution. So, you know, so that combination of both the higher burden of exposure and the outcome that complicates the entire process as far as the public health system is concerned. Briefly about our collaboration with Sagnik Day and his team at IIT Delhi. So we work on each other's strength, AIIMS and IIT Delhi as an institutional mechanism. So this is a publication as I was referring to, which we have conducted in the urban site in Delhi, which has said that higher PM2.5 exposure is the all-cause mortality. This again, we have a hospital in Ballabgarh in district Faridabad, which is almost 10 kilometers from this place, where we have documented that the cardiorespiratory related illness visits to the OPD, not only admissions, the visit also statistically significantly associated with the PM2.5 exposure. Again, in this study, the meta-analysis, we try to assess the relationship of mental health outcome in terms of the common mental disorder, depression, and the PM2.5 exposure, and that shows a sort of fair amount of effect estimates. So that means it is have some linkages, and a lot of evidence is now available for linking mental health outcomes and the PM2.5 exposure. So last slide, what we need to do further, outcome assessment, more specific health outcomes and the neurodevelopmental outcomes among children should be our priority as far as generating local evidence in the country. Exposure assessment, again, most of the studies, they have either used satellite-based data or in the ecological and the characteristics. So we need to move to the long cohort-based studies in India with some personalized exposure. Biomarkers, again, this is a challenging field, and I think TST here in this campus also work extensively in the biomarkers. So we really need to work on the possible biomarkers which can document the air pollution related exposure and combination of air pollution, heat and noise. This obviously nothing work in isolation, so that is required. And Sagnik has his team also already working on characteristic of particulate matter. So this become a cause of sort of interesting research. And assessing suitability and the vulnerability is important. And most important thing is to study what works, what doesn't work. You know, generating evidence is fine, but for the policymakers and for the public and the community, we really need to tell them what to do in the air pollution, higher air pollution season. So for that, we really need to take up the accountability studies, be it LPG use in the Ujjwala scheme, be it mask use, monitoring of air pollution related traffic rationing system. So we really need to generate an evidence with the robust scientific design so that the policymakers can also take action accordingly. Briefly, the KFOR India, Collaborative for Air Pollution and Health Effect Research in India, which is a joint collaboration between IIT Delhi and AIIMS, where Dr. Sagnik is from IIT Delhi collaborating with us. So it is sort of initiative to do a capacity building of young researchers in air pollution and health effect related research. That is the first thing. Second, also to do advocacy related to air pollution health research. In India, we have this website where we are trying to map all literature across the states in our website. So anybody wants to sort of have a look at the whatever studies are published, you can go to our website and see. I invite everyone who are interested in air pollution health effect related research to join our network and strengthen our network to advance the science in these aspects. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Harshad. Before inviting the next speaker, I would just like to remind those of you who are interested in air pollution, which means, of course, all of you, because otherwise you wouldn't be here. We did publish an op-ed on air pollution in New Delhi on the 7th of September, which was the International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies in the Hindu. You can Google that and it's available. So please read that, have a look at that. It's we've written that for you and it was published in the Hindu on the 7th of September. The next speaker is Dr. Sagnik Day. And what does it take to clean Delhi's air? Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Nidhi and other dignitaries for inviting me. So very briefly, these are some of my reflections on, what I feel particularly, to answer these questions. And let me state upfront that if we try to clean only Delhi's air, we will never succeed. Why? We recently did a project in collaboration with IASA and World Bank, where all the Indo-Gangetic Plain states, we mapped how much of the pollution is coming from the own state and the other states.
including, even the natural sources outside India and even outside the Indo-Gangetic plain. And I want to draw your attention that whatever state you pick up, for example, in Delhi, you can see the green chunk is Delhi's own contribution, which is roughly 50%. Then Delhi receives considerable pollution from Punjab, Haryana, even outside India. These are all annual statistics. You go to Haryana, again, around 45 to 50%, it's its own contribution, which is the dark blue. And then Haryana also receives from Punjab. Any state you pick up, the message what emerges is that there is a considerable transport of pollutions from the upwind states. So we basically, and then when you look into satellite data and other statistics, it is very clear that air pollution is a regional problem. So if whatever we do, mostly the activities are inside the cities. We are not really focusing enough. And that's why, in another program, probably Valentin will talk more with UNEP and all, there has been emphasis to move from city-centric to airshed approach. Now, these are the 5 key aspects what I think, and this is my only slide here. I think what we need to do is take rational approach. Mostly the mitigation measures that are taken are kind of band-aid solutions when we are actually in these critical conditions. We have to understand that air pollution is modulated by weather. Same amount of emission in summer versus winter will actually result in very different level of increase in the pollutions. So it means that in winter, particularly this time when the meteorology is unfavorable, unless we reduce emissions, the concentration will not come down. So the only solution long term is actually to reduce emissions at sources. There are certain technologies or even attempts to sort of, clean air using technology like smoke towers and all, but there are signs which is clearly saying that is not very effective. It only cleans air within, probably 200 meters of its radius. So the point here is that we should implement sustainable measures long term. And how do we track it? And this is, again, I think we are failing behind, that we must have certain indicators. For example, if somebody asks, whatever activities have happened in the last few years, any sector you pick up, maybe crop residue burning or even transport sector, and how much emission has changed in more recent years. We do not have enough information because we don't keep track of sector-specific information. We don't keep track of how things are changing. All we are looking at the concentration, which is the final outcome. And then we are trying to do a number of things. So we must set sector-specific indicators so that at the end of the day, we can say that, okay, I have achieved so much. Prioritization is a most important thing. And I think Dr. Salve has given a very good compendium of all the studies that have been done in India. I must say that, we should bring health at the center stage, and we have to believe in science. There is enough evidence to suggest that air pollution is impacting health at all levels. And when we implement certain measures, we have to prioritize cost-effective measures. We have to also think about the implementation cost versus how much benefit we are expecting. Innovation is also very important. There are certain policy implementations, but again, there is huge amount of scope to really using technology to make sure that these policies are implemented, at the ground level. Pilot to field transition also is important. Currently, there is no clear mechanism because there are so many technologies. In fact, Dr. Joyita mentioned also. Similarly, different research organizations are coming up with different solutions, but in the National Clean Air Program, there is no clear-cut guidance that how all these new technologies can be used by the cities or various other stakeholders, in the mainframe. So I think we need actually that kind of mandate. Cooperation is again very, very important. As I showed that every state should work hand in hand. And it is not just interstate coordination, there is also requirement of inter-ministerial coordinations. So health is obviously part of health ministry. Similarly, air pollution is kind of the mandate of environment ministry. But then when you actually try to solve, at least 15 or 16 ministries play a very important role. So long-term solution must include interministerial coordination. And as I said, coordinated efforts within the regional airset. So the plan has to be really how the city is behaving and then outside city within the airset.
And finally, what I personally believe is the willingness to really change. And I will strongly advocate for making all sorts of data open and accessible. It's not just the pollution level itself. That data is anyway available. But when you do not have many other data sets that are required to really understand how the pollution level is varying, it creates confusion. So unless, all these activity data, number of vehicles and many other things, are made available to the researchers, there is always limitations. And finally, we must be ready to accept failure and do course corrections. If we find that certain mitigation measure is not working, accept it, move on. Nobody will, blame that, at least then it will be, it will be shown that we are honest in our efforts. So I think if we really change the attitude, the way air pollution is handled, year-round efforts, lot of outreach activities, then definitely the problem can be resolved, not overnight, but over time, gradual manner. And with the technologies available today, there is no reason why we cannot really, move towards cleaner air by at least 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sargnek. And the third panelist is Dr. Varun Katke, the role of the health sector in air pollution.
Good morning, everyone. It is an honor to be here amongst the eminent experts from different sectors. I would also like to thank UNESCO, UNEP, and of the most important RCB for hosting us here today. And without further delay, I will get into my topic. But before I go into the role of health sector, I just want to set the context in terms of what is the public health burden of air pollution in India. So a study conducted by ICMR, led by ICMR in 2019, suggested that around 18% of deaths in India can be attributed to air pollution. The same study also suggested that India might be losing GDP in tunes of 1.36% because of mortality and morbidity caused by air pollution. And when we take into account the existing health inequities and disparities in the society, the impact of air pollution gets even more compounded. And that's why the role of health sector comes in very important in our fight against air pollution. So on this background, health sector in India has a dual role to play. First, as a caregiver and a service provider, and the second as a machinery to generate awareness within population. And while health sector is doing that, health sector also needs to look inwardly and take into account greenhouse gases that health sector is contributing in the environment. So when we talk about health services, primary healthcare is the basic fundamental block of any health system. And strengthening primary health services is of paramount importance when it comes to fighting against air pollution. So when the primary health systems are strengthened, it can respond better to the increased demand on health sector because of the air pollution. At the same time, surveillance and monitoring activities are also very important. We can't get answers to the question of who is getting affected, how many are getting affected, and where these populations are getting affected. Only surveillance and robust monitoring mechanisms can help us to answer these questions, and then in turn help us to guide better policy formulation at the highest level. Like I mentioned earlier, health equity. Health equity is of importance in the fight against air pollution, because marginalized communities are the one who are bearing the brunt of air pollution. Lot of time, privileged communities can afford to buy air purifiers at home. Many offices and corporate offices have air purifiers at the home, but a laborer working on street may not have these privileges. So addressing the existing health inequities is another important challenge that health sector needs to address. And lastly, assessing the energy efficiency of the health sector. And when I'm talking about assessing the energy efficiency of the health sector, We need to completely reimagine and restructure the existing workflow, which also include reimagining the existing supply chain. We need to look into from where our medicines come, how they come, how they are transported, from where our consumable comes, and how they are transported. We need to look into all these aspects for a better response from a health sector. When it comes to awareness and advocacy, again, health sector has a dual role. Not just making communities aware and population aware about the impacts of air pollution on health, but health sector also needs to educate people at the highest policy level and all the levels of policies, whether it's district, whether it's state, or whether at the national level. Advocacy here plays an important role for health sector. Dr. Sangnikde also mentioned in his present that health needs to become a center issue in our fight against air pollution, and that onus lies on health sector. And here that surveillance and monitoring mechanism can play a pivotal role, because the data that is generated from surveillance systems can help us conduct different level of health impact assessments, financial and economical burden assessment, and that can help us formulate better policies which are people-centric. And lastly, community mobilization. Every year during winter, there are many events, there are talks, there are hype in the media on air pollution. But as winter goes, this hype dies down. And that is generally happening because community mobilization is lacking. We need to mobilize community, health sector needs to mobilize community so that there is a discourse that's set in the narrative of India's policy structure where people can start asking for their fundamental rights. And lastly, we are in RCB here, and I cannot downplay the role of biotechnology has to play in the fight in the role of health sector. We saw a presentation from ma'am in the morning that how biotechnology can help us get rid of agricultural waste. And similar innovations we need more and more from biotechnology field, whether it's getting rid of agricultural waste, whether it's getting rid of urban waste or any other waste. Biotechnology can play a significant role in assessing our waste management protocols. At the same time, biotechnology can also play an important role in terms of tracking impacts of air pollution on health at an individual level. Still, till date, we don't have means to track air pollution impacts at the individual level. Biotechnology can help us prepare some sensors, some other biomedical advancement which can help us achieve that. At the same time, devising different protocols, effective protocols for treatment and patient management, and coming up with diagnostic tools. So I just want to conclude by saying health has to play a major role when we are talking about our fight against air pollution. And I just want to conclude my presentation by reiterating one more thing. Clean air is not a luxury, it's a fundamental right, and we all should start asking for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Varun, also for reiterating that clean air is a fundamental right. And I would now like to invite Ms. Kriti Huja, please.
Okay. Okay. So here we are in the official smog or the smoke season. And I am delivering a talk entitled A Breath of Fresh Air.
Could the technicians be so kind and assist, please?
Okay, so we'll do a restart. Here we are in the official smog, or more appropriately, smoke season, and I am delivering a talk entitled A Breath of Fresh Air. Is it too ironical, or can we actually navigate through solutions for a pollution-free future? And as we are looking for solutions to alleviate this problem, this is what the northern states of India must be looking like, covered under a deep, choking blanket of smoke. With a seasonal combination of low temperature, lack of winds, and more than 90 metric tons of crop waste being burned every year, the AQI levels rise alarmingly. The issue of crop burning touches upon many sectors such as agriculture, economy, education, energy, and whatnot. But here, the prevailing situation calls for the integration of the sectorial boundaries and nexus thinking to be able to manage tons and tons of crop waste. So let's have a bird's eye view on some of the possible solutions that we have come up with over the past few decades. An impactful step towards sustainability is embracing a waste to wealth approach. Biofuels as an alternative to the traditional fossil fuels are evolving to help us achieve an environment-friendly energy future. Generation 1, 2, and 3 of the biofuels utilize different sources such as food crops like corn, vegetable oils, non-food crops, crop waste and residues, and now even microbes and algae. With the advancement of these generations of biofuels, we observe a clear trend towards greater sustainability, lesser environmental impact, and utilization of less resource-intensive feedstocks. Further, with active in measures such as the National Policy on Biofuels aims at reaching the blending target of 20% bioethanol in petrol by 2025-26, along with thrusting the investments, the incentivization, as well as development of the infrastructure and creation of biomass repositories. Further, in some states such as Assam, Bihar, Tamil Nadu, Jammu and Kashmir, the crop residues are also being utilized as animal feed. Some crop residues such as sugarcane waste and banana peels are being used in the paper industry. Other crop residues such as rice husk are being utilized in the construction applications such as in the generation and formulation of cement mixes. And last but not the least, these residues like bagasse ash are also being utilized for the cultivation of mushroom. However, due to lack of awareness amongst the farmers, these methods have not yet been fully implemented. The biogas technologies have been in vogue since the 1970s. Technological advancements have made it possible for agricultural residues and crop waste to be utilized apart from dung and vegetable waste for the generation of biogas. The biogas plants also offer a multifaceted approach to utilize and generate electricity, heat, fuel, and make several communities or regions self-reliant. Further, biochar production is a remarkable sustainable practice that also helps in maintaining the soil fertility because biochar is a carbon-rich material that is produced by the pyrolysis of the organic waste such as crop residues. With advancement in technology, the heat that is generated during the pyrolysis of the biomass is also converted into several other energy forms, thus creating a closed loop that maximizes the resource utilization. Biochar acts as an excellent soil conditioner by providing and enhancing the nutrient availability, increasing the water retention capacity of the soil. Together, these methods are excellent source to prevent air pollution. And since we are heading towards a healthier and greener planet, we can think global, but we need to start local. To sum up, I would like to emphasize the importance of raising awareness amongst the communities for them to become the advocates of sustainability. Generating in-depth knowledge is very important because it helps us to identify the specific areas that require more attention. For example, focusing on generating technical advances, data monitoring and generation along with policy formations. And in the end, the implementation involves formation of the appropriate guidelines and regulatory frameworks along with investing in research and development. The synergy between awareness, knowledge, and implementation ultimately depends on us as individuals, communities, government authorities, to be able to foster a sustainable future, because in the end, it is our environment and our responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kriti, for an excellent presentation. I enjoyed this very much. Thank you also to Harshal, Sargnik, Varun for your very, very nice presentations, each and every one of you. Harshal, you talked about health issues. So in UNESCO, we have an overarching global priority called gender equality. And as a matter of fact, in the whole UN system, not only in UNESCO, all UN agencies have gender equality as a priority and consider that. So air pollutants, of course, they are affecting all of our health, but I think it's especially interesting to know for the women, and especially for pregnant women, how is their womb being affected from air pollution and the fetus in the womb in case they are pregnant. Would you be able to tell us something about that?
Yeah, thank you, Gaur, for this very pertinent question. You know, across the globe, and when we see the scientific literature, the women, particularly the pregnant women and the young newborns, and also till 5 years, they are more vulnerable for any kind of risk. And environmental risk also is one of the risks with respect to impact on the health outcomes. Coming to the evidence from India, again, as elaborated in subsequent discussion before, due to the lack of information on individual-based health outcomes, and more so on difficult to obtain information on individual-based exposure outcomes. So we have limited information using a cohort design, which is considered as a more robust design to generate a scientific evidence on any health outcome. But we do have the evidence which is available in the form of ecological studies, which clearly shows that air pollution exposure during the first and second trimester impacts the not only some maternal health related outcomes, but also the newborn related outcomes, particularly the birth weight and the prematurity, what we call as preterm birth. So that evidence is currently available. But the biological plausibility of it, again, as I mentioned in my talk, we really need to work on the biomarkers and for that matter, epigenetics of it to really document this using a long cohort designs. And we have existing cohort. I think TISTU also has existing cohort here. DBT has in southern part, and also we have SDSS site, like one of the SDSS site we have in Ballabgarh, health and demographic surveillance site. To use this information, to use these settings to generate evidence, more robust evidence, so that we can clearly say and advocate to the policymakers that yes, it not only affects the pregnant woman, but also the newborn which are taking birth, particularly. And we are also, and you can see the evidence from particularly European countries, there is a lot of studies which are coming up. They talk about impact on the early newborn development. You know, the development related issues that getting affected due to air pollution exposure. So that we are also planning to study. We have submitted a proposal on it, but these are the newer outcomes, and we really need to go further with robust scientific design, you know, to generate evidence which cannot be questioned. You know, there's a lot of uncertainty is around, particularly in India, with respect to the evidence, scientific evidences. We really need to work on it. Yeah, thanks.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Harshal. I think that points to the point that the second speaker made, prioritization. I think all that we are talking about, I think the key word that will come out is prioritization. So Dr. Sagnik, you mentioned prioritization of the health at the center. I couldn't agree more with you. There is a concept of installation of liquid trees in cities to reduce greenhouse gases. Do you believe that such a program in Delhi or actually in any other air polluted city in the world, is that enough, or will that work?
Yeah, I mean, liquid tree, this new technology, that's been in the news. As you mentioned, this is mainly to reduce the greenhouse gas, particularly very efficient absorption of carbon dioxide. So from climate change perspective, definitely there will be a positive impact. But as I said, that any technology from pilot scale to the field scale, there has a system. So we need to really see at pilot level how much effective it is. So again, because the technology has never been used in India, so there is no harm in trying that in Delhi or any other cities. But as far as air pollution is concerned, I don't think actually, this technology directly caters to that. Because here in India, the main problem of air pollution is actually the particulate matter. So if you talk about this particular technology, it will not be that effective in terms of air pollution, but definitely. But drawing from your question, I just want to emphasize on one point that now we are at a stage where we cannot segregate climate change and air pollution. And we must prioritize those sectors which emit both air pollutants and greenhouse gases. For example, if we really curb crop waste burning, not only we are dealing with air pollutions, but we are also reducing huge amount of emissions of the greenhouse gases itself. So all these sectors that are using fossil fuel or biomass, they must be prioritized so that, as the air pollution problem is getting resolved slowly, then we are also addressing greenhouse gas issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this important point that air pollution and climate change issues are, of course, very much interlinked. Dr. Varun Gatke, it needs prioritization. It needs also the participation of all in the health sector, I believe. So, in your opinion, what is the role of not the health sector, but of all the health professionals in tackling air pollution, please?
Thank you, Dr. Beno. Like I was mentioning in my presentation also, the health sector professionals' role is of very much importance here. And how health professionals can start contributing more is just changing the way how we take medical histories in the hospital. Like when we go to the hospital, we are used to hearing questions like, do you smoke, do you drink? Maybe health professionals' capacity needs to be built to factor in or be more inclusive to address air pollution exposures. So health professionals can start asking these questions, whether do you live next to a traffic heavy area, or whether you work outside, or whether your work entails going outside in a very polluted area. So these kind of capacity building has to be done for the health professional, and health professional in terms need to mentor other other paramedical staff who are associated in the health sector. Similarly, awareness generation. Dr. Harshal also mentioned studies are one thing. We can keep doing studies, but health professionals need to understand these studies and translate the messaging in these studies into a very simple term, which is understood by a lay person also, which can be understood from an illiterate person's perspective also. We have advisories, we have different grades of air pollution, air quality index, and how and what can be done by the individual to protect themselves from these exposure. But these advisories needs to be communicated in a very effective manner. Maybe doctors in Delhi can start just telling them, even if patient is not coming with a complaint of cardiovascular or respiratory symptoms, maybe doctors can just add this as another layer of precaution, like how we tell patients to have nutritious food. We can just start telling them during winter, start wearing masks, or take certain precautions so that vulnerable population is prevented and from the exposure to air pollution in a better way. And at the same time, health professionals need to start messaging all the interpretation of these studies in a language which can be understood and given importance by the policymakers. We have a lot of studies, but we don't have compilation of these different studies that exist in the Indian context. Maybe health professionals, especially from the academia, can start building onto it. We have different studies from different areas, start compiling those studies so that our voice at the policy level is more unified, and it can create impact in terms of policymakers are only going to understand the translation of these studies if there is a direct financial or a broad scale, mass scale impact on the population. And we need to, health professionals need to translate these. So primary responsibility of health professional is translating message A for the community's understanding, and B, package it in a way where policymakers can actually take attention of that message. And apart from that, we also need to start reimagining our curriculum for medical professions. And what I was talking about in reimagining the medical history, how we take medical history, these capacities should be built at the student level itself for the graduate and undergraduate student. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Varun. So I took away from your message that communication is very important. So there will be a follow-up, of course, Dr. Arvind, RCB, and UNEP, and World Health Organization, UNESCO. We will follow up. We will come up with something next year to continue this. This is just a start. Perhaps your important message on communication. Perhaps we really need to bring together Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Science to participate our next get-together. Finally, Ms. Krita, many thanks again for your wonderful presentation, which I enjoyed a lot, how you illustrated that. Do you believe that it's possible to make a movement that involves even the common man to achieve the goal of clean air in Delhi?
I think it's not only possible, but of utmost importance to create and involve the masses, because we are actually cumulatively working for our own environment. We can create movements like plantation drives and involve the various institutes, schools. As I can see over here, many school students are already present, and this is what we exactly need to involve everyone right from the very beginning. Further, to create plantation drives, you can also involve societies, RWAs, institutions, both educational and non-educational institutions as well. And at another level, we can also promote rooftop gardening, vertical gardening. My father has his own rooftop garden, so I think that's a very sustainable practice, and I learn a lot from him. So this is what we all can follow. We can plant our own favorite varieties of indoor air purifying plants like snake plant, spider plant, and many other plants. And we can also plant like air purifying plants that are suitable for outdoor condition based on the area that one lives in. And we can conduct these plantation drives in parks or maybe across the roads of Delhi. Further, we cannot forget to harness the power of social media as well to boost the visibility of these small movements, which, because of the visibility on social media, can lead to a large impact. Because, as I said in my presentation, we need to start small, but I think if everyone as a community is involved together, it would end in definitely something great and something big. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all these many ideas that you just also mentioned. Three major takeaway messages from this panel. Number one, very clearly, from what I understood, is that air pollution and the associated health issues have to be prioritized as a number one priority by all of us living in and around New Delhi and in other cities in the world that have similar issues. Number two, very clearly, pollution and climate change is intrinsically linked with each other. And number three, communication needs to be improved on a governmental level, authority level, but then also involves society and communities. So Dr. Harshal Salve, Dr. Sagnik Day, Dr. Varun Katke, and Ms. Kriti Ahuja. Many, many thanks and a large round of applause for the speakers, please.
तो डाउनलोड कर दिया ना? Thank you very much, all the speakers of panel 1. And thank you, Dr. Benno, for wrapping up in a timely manner. Now we are starting the second panel discussion on challenges and solutions. It will be moderated by Dr. Thallada Bhaskar. He is Chief Scientist at Indian Institute of Petroleum, Dehradun. His research interests are thermocatalytic processes for biomass conversion to biofuels, functional chemicals from lignocellulosic and algal biomass, design of novel catalytic materials for biomass conversion, and bio-oil upgradation and waste plastic conversion, amongst others. He has numerous publications, patents, awards, and honors to his credit. He is member of DBT's Task Force on Value-Added Biomass and Products from Natural Resources. He is subject expert committee member in subcommittees of Niti Aayog and Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation. He is member of various other DST task forces on biomass characterization. I request Dr. Bhaskar to please come over stage and start the second panel, that is challenges and solutions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nidhi. And I thank Dr. Sahu and the team of this workshop and the panel discussions for giving me an opportunity to moderate this session. And we have heard enough problems of the air pollution. Now this is a panel to discuss about the challenges and the possible solutions. And I request Dr. Nidhi to, I request now the panelist, Dr. Shams from the Microbial Engineering Group at ICGEB New Delhi on the stage, please.
Dr. Shams is a group leader of Microbial Engineering Group at ICGEB New Delhi. His research interests are in metabolic engineering, synthetic biology, cellulitic enzymes, and biofuels. His recent achievements include development of the most potent enzyme preparation for the use in 2G ethanol process with the use of synthetic biology and genome editing tools in fungal systems. He is the author of more than 100 publications, and he has in his name 15 patent applications with 3 US patents, 1 Chinese, and 3 Indian patents granted. He serves in various committees of Government of India, such as DBT, DST, and BIREC. Thank you, Dr. Shams, for being here.
And I request Mr. Arpit Dupar, CEO, Raksha Foundation Private Limited.
Mr. Arpit is engineer by profession and an active climate change thought leader and entrepreneur. Arpit is a serial entrepreneur, actually. He has created 2 companies, both of which are tackling important problems to create a pollution-free environment. He has been awarded Forbes 30 under 2018 UN Young Champion of Earth Award, which is the highest civilian award in 2018, which is given to just 7 people across the globe. And Mr. Arpit was representing whole of Asia. Arpit is currently leading Dharaksha Foundation Private Limited and building alternative materials with the help of biotechnology, which have been backed up by multiple national and international investors. Welcome, Arpit.
I request now Dr. Valentin from UNEP CCAC Secretary.
Dr. Valentin is involved in developing air pollution action plans and providing a platform for cooperation and informing, sharing information sharing, building from regional cooperation fora, and intensifying partnerships through the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. Welcome, Dr. Valenti.
Yeah. Now, last but not least, the most important, Miss Varsha Shah, the farmer representative.
Ms. Varsha Shah is the farmer representative. She is associated with Dharaksha Foundation Private Limited, where her role is to provide agri-residue-based raw material to the firm. She is the third generation farmer in her family and playing an important role in clearing of the agri-residues from the farms, which is being utilized to produce packaging materials at Dharaksha Foundations Private Limited. Welcome, Varsha.
Video, the 30 seconds.
The important thing is currently India is importing 49% of its domestic bitumen demand at an annual import cost of rupees 25,000 crore. CRRI and Indian Institute of Petroleum, Dehradun, have developed bio-bitumen from biomass. It is from Parli. And because of burning of Parli, the Dillikar are facing the problem of pollution. It is waste to wealth. So that we can make bio-bitumen from Parli.
Yeah, because I just wanted to start challenges solution session, making the huge amount of the waste that is available and because of which we are here. And this is one of the applications at the higher scale, and December 2nd week, this is going to be implemented on the real roads in starting from Haridwar. Similarly, we have hundreds of tons of a scale for the other value-added carbons, what Ms. Kritika was talking about. So with this introduction context setting, and there are much more possible options, solutions. So let's hear from the panelists, beginning from Dr. Shams, on the production of ethanol based on rice straw.
Yes, right.
Okay, thank you very much, RCB and UNEP, UNESCO for giving me this opportunity. We have heard a lot about the problems, issues. Let's see if we have some solutions for it. We did hear about some of the solutions like planting trees and all that, and communications. Let's see if biotech gives you some solutions. And although in 5 minutes, I can provide you some hint about the solutions, it will take hours and hours to discuss in much detail, but please, you are free to come back to me if you have certain questions later on. Just to let you know that biofuel is certainly a very good solution for, mitigating the climate change because it is carbon neutral. And that's why, all over the world, the efforts are going on to make biofuels, which are sustainable, renewable. India is also making very hard effort to make biofuel, available to our communities, and that's why the biofuel policy was made in 2018, and which indicated that almost 20% of the gasoline could be blended in 2030. Gasoline in the sense petrol with ethanol, and in fact, the timeline for achieving 10% was actually achieved much before time. So that was achieved last year. It was supposed to be achieved next year. So the government was very, very enthusiastic to even prepone the 20% blending from 2030 to 2025. And that is a very big achievement and encouragement towards moving towards the clean energy. And that also suggests how Government of India is so keen to actually work on the climate change topic. But the situation at this moment is that at this moment, when we say that we are blending 10% of ethanol, it actually accounts for 424 crore or 26 crore liters of ethanol coming from molasses, which you all know they are byproduct of sugarcane industries, but they are basically free sugars there. So it can be fermented easily. And then the rest of the 258 crore comes from the grain base. So that means whatever grain gets wasted, they are not transported on time, they get spoiled, they are being fermented to ethanol. So these are the two components which actually makes the current availability of the ethanol 10% blending. But then doubling it, so this is what is available at this moment. So whatever is molasses and grain, so doubling to 20% means doubling these sources, which is not possible unless we have some other raw materials that are available. And of course, the biomass becomes a big raw material for us, mainly because not only that it is available abundantly, we are here today to discuss about this air pollution and all that. They are burnt also. According to many data, it suggests that almost more than 300 actually million tons are being generated in India as a waste. Not much are being utilized, and not only in India, there are Asia, there are other places as also where the lignocellulosic biomass are actually produced but not really utilized very nicely. And you can see, anyway, so those satellite images suggest today's where are the burnings taking place. So Delhi is not very far from those burning places. So we have to find a way. So where are we at this moment? So of course, again, Government of India is very keen to support second generation biofuels, agricultural based residues. And through the Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Yojana, they have actually dedicated 14,000 crore rupees under this program, where the idea is that there will be 12 commercial plants that will be making second generation biofuels. Out of those 12, the 4 commercial plants are already at the advanced stage. In fact, our Prime Minister inaugurated last year one of the commercial plant in Panipat, 2G biorefineries that are supposed to make 10,000 liter of ethanol per day. So that means 10,000 liter will come around from a half a ton of biomass every day. So you're taking care of almost 200 tons of biomass every year if one plant goes throughout the year. So it's a very, very good scheme if it becomes successful to take care of the biomass burning problem and also make some sugar out of it. So just to give you a quick overview of what really biomass is composed of. So there are mainly cellulose and hemicellulose that we are interested in because they are the sugar component. So they are made up of glucose, xylose, the other thing. The lignin, we heard about it, but almost 60-70% could be sugar, which could be, if we are able to, hydrolyze that into monomeric sugar, we can convert it. And this is a simple flow diagram to suggest how you can make fuel out of lignocellulosic biomass. So it's a complex molecule. Lignocellulosic biomass is not like simply starch that you chew it and your amylase or present in the saliva will convert it into glucose. It's a structural polymer. It's very difficult to digest, and therefore the enzymes are very difficult, and the lignin on top of it. So first thing is really to get rid of the lignin. There are various pretreatment method available, which people use it. Then we have enzymes, saccharification we call them, which need cellulase and hemicellulase. They are not very, efficient, and they are very expensive. So it becomes one of the roadblock for effective commercialization. And then we have a C5C6 fermentation. That means those sugars that are present in the biomass, they are not all glucose. They're also xylose, which traditional yeast cannot ferment it. So we need a solution where both kind of sugars, C5 and C6, could be fermented to ethanol. And finally, you have ethanol. So there are different scientific efforts at every step to make sure that you have a cost-effective technologies that are made. And at the end of the day, while ethanol is only commercial molecule, we also produce some of the other dense molecules. For example, we are hearing that even 20% blending of ethanol is not possible in the normal car unless you have a BSL 6 or something. So you need some tuning of the engine for 20% blending. So beyond 20%, what do you do? So you need some of the molecule which can be used as such. We call them as a drop-in fuel. So those are the advanced biofuel molecule that needs to be worked upon in the future. So just a glimpse of the technologies that are different. At every step, people are developing technologies, but enzymes is one which has really been monopolized, and that's where the biotech can contribute a lot. It's a very single multinational companies which actually sells enzyme on cellulase in our country, and all the plant that I've mentioned, they are actually currently tied up with that particular company for using the enzymes. So we have developed technologies and we have scaled it up to 15,000 liters scale, and we have demonstrated, and we are hoping that some of the oil manufacturing companies will be using our technology as enzyme technology for their own plant of 10,000 liter per day ethanol capacity. So I'll stop here, and because of the time, thank you very much. We'll have questions probably later on.
Thank you, Dr. Shams. Now I invite Mr. Arpit to talk on role of deep tech startups in building a sustainable future.
If you need pointer, you can use this. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. So I'm Arpit, and I will be talking about the role of startups and the companies in terms of solving the problem. So we've had great speakers in the morning who've been talking about the various scientific advancements that have happened in terms of solving the problem and building potential technologies. I'm going to talk about on taking these potential technologies into the field and coming up with a mass scale adoption. So what we are doing, we have a company called Dharaksha Eco Solutions. So it is derived from two Hindi words, Dhara meaning earth and Raksha meaning saving. So the company was formed with the objective of saving the earth from the problem of pollution. But what I'm going to focus today is primarily about the transition from the academia stage to the commercialization stage, because that's what I feel is the biggest catalyst in terms of solving large scale problems, because we have phenomenal academia who does a lot of research, and we have a huge population that has a lot of potential to consume, but still there is a missing link which I feel is bound to be solved in the next coming years. So one thing that I've heard a lot from my mentors while I was transitioning out of my college and out of my career into startups is the lock and key approach. So what my mentor told me was, "Ki Arpit, you are trying to you've made a key in terms of your solution, and now you are trying to find a relevant lock for it, which is sort of an impossible proposition to have. What you usually do is you pick up a lock and then you develop a key for it." So what it means is that, when we are in academia, we get too much attached to our research, we get too much attached to our work, and then we try to find a real world problem where this work could solve. This is usually not what the industry wants. People usually want that you pick up a good problem statement and then you find the best possible solutions. So what I have seen happening is that, in academia, we have a lot of solutions which are like keys, which are benched because of no potential application. This is a viable business, one unique lock, one unique key. These are the places where the large businesses are built. And this is where I see that startups operate in. They pick up with a solution and try to come up with the most appropriate solution and key approach. But one thing that I want to talk about is that, in institutes like RCB and institutes that that promote biotechnology, we are very focused on diagnostics particularly. But there is a huge world beyond the capacity of diagnostics with a lot of applications. Obviously being in clean tech, which we are today discussing. But apart from the clean tech applications, there's a lot of application that is building up is in the nutrition space, especially with the new consumerist things coming up. A lot of extracts can be taken out of the plant resources, which can be built into nutrition, plus the agri output. So this is a image from a friend of mine who's developed a process of generating dwarf coconut. So coconut have the biggest problem that, you need to climb up large trees, and it's very risky to harvest coconuts. So they've been able to develop dwarf coconut. So that solves the problem of coconut water. While all of these opportunities do exist, but there has been a lot of talk and a lot of movement about that, what are the next 25 years about India going to be? And I'm very optimistic and very bullish that it is going to be the time, particularly for our country. Now, you may call it Amrit Kal, you may call it whatever you want, but I've seen a lot of FDI happening, a lot of movement happening from past 10 years to now. And I feel that all of these opportunities have a lot of potential. Now, I will talk about what we are doing at Dharaksha. Why am I on the stage and what is it that we have done? So we've been able to develop a process of converting the biomass, that is agricultural residue, the paddy straw waste, into an equivalent of thermocol as a packaging material, utilizing the roots of mushroom, which are known as mycelium. So we trained this mushroom strain and we made it into a product that looks like thermocol. We are currently commercializing it, and we are in phase of building a large-scale production plant that could cater the supply to the industry. And before me, as Dr. Sham said, that that there is a Panipat plant with the capacity of 50 tons, 5 tons a day, half of a ton a day. So we would also be reaching that capacity by the end of next year, of the target of 30 tons a day, 30 tons a month, so almost a ton of a day. So yes, there are multiple applications that have the real world need wherein we could consume the material and convert it into something useful. Apart from that, we've also been able to make a much harder version of this material by overexpressing chitin from the fungal growth that is as hard as wood. So next year, we are also planning to launch this product, which has the potential to replace all the wood. So all the furniture that you see, all the doors that you see can be replaced by this material. And if this successfully scaled, would be the biggest attempt at carbon sequestration anywhere in the world. So as Dr. Sham said, that almost 300 million tons of agricultural residue is put to fire. And this is potentially the biggest bet that we have as a planet in solving the climate crisis if we are able to stop this burning. So a good way would be to converting this into alternate materials that are useful. Also in lab, we've been able to develop thin film plastics. So when fungi are growing, they develop certain enzymes which have natural plasticizers, which when extruded into the form of films can make thin film plastics, which are at par in performance to conventional plastics, flexible but still biodegradable. This we feel is a huge market opportunity for everyone in the globe. And finally, the environmental impact. So we just focus on the stubble waste burning that is being happening in Punjab, Haryana only, paddy straw waste only. That is by itself a huge 23 million ton opportunity. If we are able to scale the products to consume this much of material, this translates to saving like 4.3 lakh tons of particulate matter, which is equivalent to shutting down all the thermal power plants in country for 47 days, plus 33 million tons of carbon dioxide. That is equivalent to taking off all the cars, private, commercial combined, off Indian roads for almost a third of a year, plus millions of tons of carbon monoxides, nitrous oxides, methane, etc. So this is about us. Thank you so much. That would be it from my side.
Thank you, Mr. Arjun. Excellent presentation. And now I request Dr. Valentin to talk on solutions for clean air.
Respected audience and dear chair and my fellow panelists, thank you for inviting me to make a short presentation today. It's really a pleasure to see so many scientists, future scientists, entrepreneurs, future entrepreneurs, and others. It's really a great pleasure to see you all. So a little bit of a context to solutions. Let's say in a larger perspective, if I may, I represent the Climate and Clean Air Coalition Secretariat within the United Nations Environment Program, and this is, let's say, one part of the organization that is literally looking at the links between climate change and air pollution, also because they are two sides of the same coin. So a little bit of that flavor will come through this presentation very shortly. But first of all, the problem, we heard so much about it today, and I would really like to highlight the impact on children here, that 600,000 children are dying prematurely each year because of air pollution and exposure to dirty air. And there have also been proven documentation of harm on the cognitive and also motor developments, which puts children at a very much greater risk for disease than the rest of the population. And virtually, I'm talking about all of us here, virtually all of us in South Asia are exposed to levels of air pollution that pose significant risks to our health. So that is not to be forgotten. So a little bit of examples of sorry, I think I skipped. Sorry, I don't know how this came about, but can I just go back? I think I skipped too fast. Okay. Not sure. So the mandate that we have in the United Nations Environment Program, and Dr. Beno touched a little bit upon the mandates of the different organizations in the UN system, is that part of it, of course, is to deal with air pollution as such, and the United Nations Environment Assembly adopted a few, at least, landmark resolutions which give us the mandate and also the governments the encouragement at all levels to take action across the different sectors that we have talked about here to reduce all forms of air pollution. So UNEP as such is mandated to support countries to implement the resolutions through technical assistance in monitoring and assessing the quality of air, developing air pollution action plans together with the different levels of the governance, and providing a platform for cooperation and information sharing. In that context, I can mention the Air Quality Action Forum that we have taken initiative to set up here in India, that is up and working, and some of you will have been already associated to that. We are also looking at providing a platform for cooperation and building on regional cooperation fora, which is very important, and intensifying partnerships also through the Climate and Clean Air Coalition that I represent. Now, one of the things that has been mentioned here is cooperation in a larger context at transboundary level, because pollution has no borders, and that we strongly endorse the airshed approach, where air pollution is being controlled at source in a larger area than where the receptor of the pollution comes. So working with countries and cities at all levels, I just want to give you some examples from Beijing that we have supported in the past years. And now, of course, we have moved on, and because Beijing has made some progress. So we are now in India, and we are happy to support here. But looking at what kind of solutions have helped Beijing reduce their pollution levels, the PM 2.5, by around 30–35%. So we will see here what has really worked. And we think that, of course,
all the solutions have to be contextualized. India will have a different set of solutions or Delhi will have a different set of solutions than Beijing. But this is important to know that there are solutions and that it is working. So yeah, don't be depressed. It's going to get better. Actually, I can say a few words about this because we have been looking at the air quality progress over the last 5 years in India. We have actually prepared a report that is now with the government for endorsement. And it does show that the pollution levels have decreased. And now as many as 50% of the cities in India are experiencing better air for every year. So this is a big achievement. Now, what happened here in Beijing, what really worked for them, and of course the climate there is different, so their coal-fired boiler controls have worked very well, and introducing the clean fuels in the residential sector, this is something that is also happening here. And also optimization of industrial structure has worked tremendously well to reduce the PM 2.5 levels. UNEP in general is also dealing with, since UNEP is a normative organization, we are generating knowledge based on data, and some of that data that has been mentioned here that is missing from the public space, but there is there with the government entities and with the data generators. It is very important to have all the data public so that the researchers can work on the data and refine them and create new data products that are useful for policy making and for directing the implementation. So air quality management policies are being analyzed. We do those kind of assessments with our member states, and UNEP has universal representation. So basically, I mean, all countries have a representation, so we need to support all of them. We also have in UNEP, we are producing the Global Environment Outlook Assessment, which is an effort that is very big, and every 4 to 5 years we are making this, presenting this huge assessment. What is the state of the environment, the trends, the outlooks? We are also working at country level, and just give you an example, here in India, we have worked with looking at what are the solutions for Indian cities, and we have prepared this report with Terry, Breathing Clean Air. And last but not least, we are also looking at no-regret mitigation measures of short-lived climate pollutants in the critical sectors. And they are those pollutants that really help out both the climate change action and reducing air pollution. And the sectors that you will see the usual suspects that you have heard about: transport, agriculture, energy, brick kilns, a very important sector in India, which is highly polluting, and then of course waste management. Now, talking about assessments, we have also looked at the more regional level in Asia Pacific region, and all of our assessments are scientific based. So we are using scientific tools, scientific data, and the aim is to come out with condensed new knowledge that is being created on the type of, in this case, pollution measures that you ought to take to improve those outcomes. And outcomes that have been mentioned here today, for instance, reduce premature mortality in the region and help avoid. In this case, we did this assessment more in the recent years, so we would avoid more than 2 million premature deaths from indoor air pollution just by selecting those 25 air pollution measures. And that is a result of a scientific optimization exercise of looking at what is the most optimal combination of measures that will lead to that result. We also see that that combination of measures will result in reductions of carbon dioxide emissions as well as methane emissions, which is another culprit to climate change, but also air pollution. So yeah, measures come with a cost, of course, and it is projected that implementation of measures will be very, very costly, but if you compare by what you would otherwise waste on your GDP, then it's really worthwhile. So what are the 25 solutions in Asia Pacific, including India? We are looking at conventional emission controls, such as increased emission standards and control on vehicles, power plants, and also a large and small scale industry, very important emission controls. But there are also the next stage. So what we expect to see is that those measures will start to be implementing. So reducing the burning of agricultural and municipal solid waste or residues, very important. Prevention of fires, forest and peatland fires, very important, and also management of livestock manure. And last but not least, there are also measures contributing to development priority goals. So they are not just for measures being taken for protecting the environment, but measures that will benefit air quality, but at the same time provide clean energy for households, improving public transport, promoting the use of electric vehicles, using renewable energy for electricity generation, and working with oil and gas companies to stop flaring and all kinds of leaks that are happening there. So let me stop here, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Valentin. Now I request Ms. Virsha Shah.
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम वर्षा है। मेरे पास 2 एकड़ खेत है। हम पिछली 3 पीढ़ी से खेती करा रहे हैं।
So hello everyone, I would be translating on the behalf. Is my voice audible? Yeah. So Varsha is a 3rd generation farmer, and she's been actively involved in farming for past 3 generations.
मेरे पास 3 एकड़ खेत है और
she has 3 acres of farmland with her.
पिछले कुछ 8-10 सालों से हम टीवी में ये खबर सुन रहे हैं कि पराली की वजह से बहुत ही ज्यादा प्रदूषण हो रहा है।
For past 8 to 10 years, she's been following that on news channels. Everybody is talking about that there has been a lot of pollution because of crop stubble waste burning.
आप लोग सोचते होंगे कि हम किसान मूर्ख हैं जो पराली जला रहे हैं और प्रदूषण बढ़ा रहे हैं।
You may think that we farmers are idiots, that we are burning the crop stubble waste and we are promoting the problem of pollution intentionally.
पर आज आप सबको मैं अपने मन का हाल बताती हूँ।
But today I am going to tell you my side of the story.
हम किसान बहुत ही प्यार से फसल उगाते हैं।
We farmers put a lot of effort and our heart into growing crops.
पर जब अक्टूबर का महीना आता है तो हमें फसल की कटाई करनी होती है।
But during the months of October, we have to harvest our crops.
और उस समय लेबर की बहुत ही ज्यादा कमी हो जाती है।
And at this time, there is acute shortage of labor.
साथ ही साथ हमें फसल की कटाई और गेहूं की बुआई भी करनी होती है।
At the same time, we have to harvest the crop and sow seeds for the next crop, which is wheat.
अब आप ही बताओ, हम धान की कटाई करें या गेहूं की बुआई करें?
Now you put yourself in our shoes and you let us know that where do we utilize the labor for harvesting or for sowing the seeds for the next crop?
सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक ही विकल्प बच जाता है, कंबाइन का।
Then we have only one option left, which is to use a machine called combine, which harvests the material in very short time.
कंबाइन की मदद से हम अनाज तो निकाल लेते हैं, पर पराली हमारे खेतों में ही रह जाती है।
With the help of combine, we are able to get the grains, but all the stubble waste is left in the fields.
अब हमारे पास पराली जलाने के अलावा और कोई विकल्प नहीं होता है।
At such a point of time, we have no alternative than to burn the stubble waste.
लोग कहते हैं कि हम दिल्ली को प्रदूषित कर रहे हैं।
People say that we farmers are polluting the city of Delhi.
अब आप ही बताओ, क्या धुआं कोई गाइडेड मिसाइल है जो सीधे दिल्ली पहुंचेगा?
Now I ask you a question, that is pollution a guided missile that would directly reach Delhi?
हमारा घर खेत से 2 किलोमीटर दूर और दिल्ली 50 किलोमीटर दूर है। पहले वो धुआं हमें और हमारे परिवार को नुकसान करेगा, फिर वो दिल्ली पहुंचेगा।
My house is 2 kilometers from my farm field. Delhi is 50 kilometers away. That pollution will hit me and my family first and reach Delhi much later.
पर पिछले 2 सालों से दरक्षा इको सॉल्यूशन ने हमारी बहुत मदद की है।
But for past 2 years, Dharaksha Eco Solutions has helped us a lot.
वो हमारे खेतों से पराली को बंडलिंग करा के ले जाते हैं।
They bundle the material and take the material out of our fields.
जिससे कि हमारा खेत एक ही दिन में खाली हो जाता है और हम अगले ही दिन गेहूं की बिजाई कर पाते हैं।
Because of which our farmland is cleared in just 1 day and we can start seeding the next crop the very next day.
और साथ ही साथ वो हमारे पर्यावरण को भी सुरक्षित कर रहे हैं।
And at the same time, they are saving our environment.
धन्यवाद।
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arpit and also Varsha. Now, I think we have heard some of the possible solutions for this big air pollution and also in general the other pollutions which are created by the other fossil-based resources, including the transportation and other waste materials. And now, let's hear the solutions, some of the solutions and the translation of these laboratory or the small scale process into large scale to address the solutions. Now, first I start with Dr. Shams, because you mentioned the ethanol demand as per the government of mandate is 20% by 2025 April. There is a huge demand for the ethanol, and what is the economic viability and also timelines to reach the 20% blending by using the agricultural biomass?
Thanks, Dr. Bhaskar. Okay, so economic viability is a big question for lignocellulosic ethanol production, because it changes from technology to technology, right from the pre-treatment to enzyme availability and C5, C6 fermentation and all that. So I can tell you, and unfortunately, because there's no commercial plant at this moment running in anywhere in the world, so it's very difficult to actually compare anything at this moment. But what is known from the available data at the pilot scale data or demonstration scale data, that the cost of ethanol per liter will be roughly in the range of 100 to 120 rupees a liter if it is coming from lignocellulosic biomass. Now, that actually cost become little better because government has a viability gap funding. So that becomes almost 80 to 90 rupees a liter if you take into account the viability gap funding which is available from the government at this point. But the demand, so that price, if you look at the current petrol price, which is roughly 96 to 100 rupees a liter, is almost equal. So that means you are producing something which is that you're not making any money out of it. So there is also a demand from the private sector that government should increase this viability gap funding a little more, so that private sector can become a major player as well, in addition to these oil manufacturing companies, which are public sector companies. And therefore, we are hoping that in long term, eventually the technology will mature and there's no need of viability gap funding that will be there. And it will become profitable. And that's the wish of the scientists like us who are working on enzyme development, and of course, those who are working on other aspects as well.
Thank you very much. I think if we consider the environmental damage and also the health aspects, if we couple this with the cost difference which is provided by the viability gap funding, I think this should make a sense so that we can go to the next stage for the commercialization, and this will become, because the several panelists in the first session, second session also suggested to replace the fossil-based resources for the energy and other chemical applications, substitution with the renewable materials. So thank you very much, and we hope for the best that it will take place in a soon time. Next, I would come to Mr. Harpit. You have mentioned some of the alternatives to use the materials, the straw-based materials for the already using the conventional petrochemical based polymers for the packaging and also the other applications. What are the barriers or what are the entrepreneurs that the similar models existing in the other country and also in India? How do you see this?
So, sir, I feel that there is a lot of potential that is waiting to be unlocked. More than the challenges, I am excited about the opportunity landscape that is opening up. So initially, if I were to talk about how things used to happen 10 years ago, that there was a lot of funding gap that was a challenge. There was a lot of defensibility gap that was a challenge. There was a lot of patenting issues that were a challenge in India. Now, as we see that, these problems are being solved slowly and steadily. In past 2-3 years, it has become fairly easier to get a patent. The applications have become faster. So there is obviously a defensibility that we are able to demonstrate even on international stage. So all the startups who are going for the alternate materials, they have a lot of opportunity. Plus, as you said that, a lot of things are working in the other countries and not working in India. I guess they need to be re-engineered for better value proposition. That's where the things are lacking. But as far as FDI is considered, it is at an all-time high. The availability of funds is at an all-time high. The consumerism is at an all-time high. The paying capacity of the fellow countrymen is at an all-time high. The awareness in the people is at an all-time high. So I believe that this is potentially the best time for the startups to exist. I haven't seen a more conducive market ever before. Obviously, there are challenges. There will always be challenges. Otherwise, there is no fun in making anything. But more than the fear of challenge, it's excitement for the opportunity that keeps us going.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So you are optimistic and hope it will take place for the effective utilization of these bio-based resources. Dr. Valentin, you proposed, first you mentioned about some problems, not only the parali or the rice straw, and also the other pollutants which are accumulating to make this problem. And also you suggested some scientific solutions. Among the solutions you listed out, are there any biological or the enzymes or the microbes which can address rather than the thermal or the catalytic methods which are close to nature?
Yeah. So very much so, actually. If you think about PM 2.5, we talk about it, but it does contain a lot of toxins. It does contain a lot of heavy metals and other nasty things that also have to be cleaned up, and they should not enter the atmosphere in the first place. So one of the things that I have in mind is, looking at the literature, you have very amazing now studies coming out on for instance, on bioremediation, that is showing how you are using microbes, but also fungi, and also plants in general, and plants and microorganisms are very much interrelated. So because it's an interplay between them. So I think it has been mentioned here how you can clean up the air by the help of plants. Actually, it's the bacteria on the plants or within the plants that are helping that process. So at the process level, the microbes are there, put it like this, the good microbes, and they do play a role. And there are, of course, physical mechanisms also, so part of from the biological mechanisms there, and the chemical also, but you have the physical and you have the filtration that is happening. So, and also you have the absorption of particulates, if you like, on the plant. So these are all part of the solution that we should not ignore. It's nature. They are all nature-based solutions. There are quite a number of them, and that will require another, workshop on that alone, I think. But it's worth mentioning that they do play a role, and an increasing role in bioremediation. And think about all these effluents that are coming from industries, effluents to the air and water. Some of those effluents are actually being treated by bacteria, and bacteria is very easy to use because they grow very fast, so they are easy to manipulate. So put it like that. That is a rather easy to reach for solution, but it does have to be scaled up, of course.
And yeah, so let me stop here because otherwise I'm getting too lengthy.
Yeah, thank you very much. So you would like to say that there are leads and only we need to scale up and more intensive efforts to address this one. So with that, we can close to this, address the problem. You mean to say that invest in nature. Thank you very much. So last, the practical farmers, because they are the primarily facing the problem, and also the creators of the growing this, because they are giving the food to us, because first food is the most important, because of which we are having this straw. So आप क्या सोचते हो, क्या solutions हो सकता है practically जो हो सकता है? Because all the panelists in the first session said that R&D चल रहा है, थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा, आप तो इंतजार नहीं कर सकते, क्या आपकी प्रैक्टिकल सॉल्यूशंस है जो हो सकता है?
सर अभी तो हमारे पास कोई भी सॉल्यूशन नहीं है पराली जलाने के अलावा, बट अगर ऐसी दरख्शा इको सॉल्यूशन जैसी कंपनी अगर हमें हेल्प करेंगी तो फिर हमें पराली जलाने की आवश्यकता नहीं पड़ेगी, और हम भी प्रदूषण बढ़ाना नहीं चाहते हैं, वो हमें हमारे पास कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है इसलिए.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I will translate as well as conclude. She says that like foundation, like Mr. Arpit, they need to be more, thousands of such organizations should come forward, so that whatever the land, whatever the scale we have the straws there, that need to be collected and removed from the field within a given time of the 2 weeks, 3 weeks time. So he is only doing 5 tons in that time, but we have more than 300 million tons of the straws which are available. So that means we need proper supply chain management, separation and removing the field, storage, and also find the suitable avenues for the value addition, because the quantity of that is more. So we need to find the value addition so that that problem can be addressed at the prima facie. So with this direction, as I showed a small video of the 30 seconds, India requires huge quantity of the energy requirement, and we are now importing 220 metric million tons of the crude oil. If we are able to transform the entire 300 million tons of the straw into crude oil, which will be more than 220 metric million tons of a crude oil, that means practically we don't need to import any crude oil from outside, because country is paying huge money in importing the crude oil. So that means the decentralized approaches that need to be evolved, so that the integration of these huge quantity while supplementing the value addition to the other products, like what Dr. Jayata mentioned about the biopesticides, bioformulations, biocarbons, nanomaterials, everything can be prepared because of huge valuable carbon, renewable carbon materials. So in a nutshell, I would like to conclude by some of the key points what the panelist has mentioned. Prevention is the most important than addressing the problem, because there is no end. And the efficient use of resources is very much important, because if we don't use efficiently, then it creates a problem. And localized solutions for the global problems. If we don't create, as in the first session, Dr. from IIT Delhi, he mentioned the kind of the other states contributing, because space is only one. So we have to have one boundary and one planet. And all this, who has created this problem? We are the only people. So we have to address. So definitely there are solutions. Before closing the statement, many school children are there. Just I would like to have one question. How many of you feel the plastics are a problem to the environment? Plastics, almost all. I disagree with you all, because they don't speak. They don't do any problem. Provided you create a misuse,
this creates a problem. Like the same with Parali. Parali doesn't speak. You have to handle. If you keep like your wallet, if you keep your plastic also at systematic places, identified segregation, there are hundreds of solutions. The way we are taking the crude oil from the bottom. So please think over it. First, you be responsible. You think over it before talking to someone, before complaining. Whether you are, that is what Professor Arvind Sahu mentioned in his remark. Before complaining to someone, first you be responsible. So, like this, if you start thinking of it, you will find amazing solutions. I hope with this 2 sessions, you will have some thoughts how you have to behave towards the nature, and we have to find how to find the solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, all the speakers for panel 2, and also Dr. Bhaskar for wrapping it up in a timely manner. Before concluding, we would like to felicitate our speakers and moderators for today's event. For the felicitation ceremony, I would like to call upon stage our Executive Director, Professor Sahu, to please do the ceremony. Yeah. I'm calling out the names of all the speakers and moderators one by one. Dr. Benu. Dr. Benu may stay on the stage and help Dr. Sahu to in the felicitation ceremony. Dr. Jaita Bhaumik. Dr. Harshal Salve. I think Dr. Salve has left. Dr. Sagnik Day. Dr. Varun. Ms. Kriti Ahuja. Dr. Thallad Bhaskar. Dr. Shams. Dr. Shams. Mr. Arpit Dhupak. Yeah. Can I just look at it? Thank you so much. Dr. Valentine. Ms. Varsha. That's all. Thank you very much. That's all. Thank you. Okay, now it's the time for closing remarks. Before concluding, I would like to mention that we would like to update our website with the pictures and also with the presentation. If any of the speaker has any resistance to it, you may kindly let us know over email. Now, for the closing remarks, it was indeed a pleasure for being with all of you today for this event. And while concluding this session, we would like to thank our Executive Director, Dr. Arvind Sahu, for his all-time support and also for providing a conducive platform for conducting this event. We would also like to thank our former Executive Director, Professor Sudhanshu Vrati, with whom this program was originally incepted. Thanks a lot to Dr. R.P. Roy, Dean RCB, for providing all necessary support as and when required. We would also like to thank Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, for providing world-class facilities here at RCB, which makes organizing such events possible over here. Thanks also to our moderators, Dr. Benno Boer and Dr. Thalar Bhaskar, for making this session very interactive while running it in a timely manner. We would also like to thank UNESCO for co-funding this workshop. Special thanks to Dr. Benno Boer and his science team from UNESCO for providing excellent coordination and necessary support at all points required for organizing this event. As we all know, WHO is the UN's agency that connects nations, partners, and people to promote health, keep world safe, and serve the vulnerable. We would like to thank Dr. Varun Kakade, who represented WHO in this event and talked about role of health sector in air pollution. United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, is the leading global authority on the environment. We would like to thank Dr. Valentin, who represented UNEP for this event and talked about various scalable solutions for Indian cities and various other science-based solutions for the air pollution in Asia Pacific. I would then like to thank all the speakers for sparing their valuable time and delivering so informative talks and making our audience aware about various aspects of air pollution and providing various science-based solutions to this all-time problem. Thanks also to our audience, especially disciplined and curious school students from Delhi Kannada Senior Secondary School, New Delhi, Manav Rachna International School, Faridabad, G.D. Goenka School, New Delhi, and Carmel Convent School, New Delhi, for listening so patiently. Thanks are also due to the teachers who accompanied these school students, making them part of such events at such an early stage of life and career. I would also like to thank RCB students, staff, and faculty members, especially Dr. C.V. Shrikant, who is directly involved in organizing this program. Thanks to our IT team, led by Mr. Naveen Kumar, for finding all the technical solutions to make this event happen. Thanks to our Controller of Administration, Dr. Sudeep Bhar, and also Finance Officer, Mr. Sanjeev Goyal, for providing relevant support for organizing this program. I would also like to thank Mr. Ramesh Chandramoli from ED Secretariat, who is assisting various parts of this program, besides taking care of our taste buds. Thanks also to Mr. Puneet and Babu Singh ji for taking care of our guests in the guest house and managing other big and small things seamlessly. I would like to thank THSTI for their support and participation in this program. Thanks to everyone who was involved directly or indirectly in organization of this event, but whose name has been missed out inadvertently. Thank you all of you and have a good day. You may now like to attend Climate Science Literacy exhibition, which is just outside this auditorium. And on this side of auditorium, there is hot pizza waiting for you. Thank you.